5.
That one is safe.
Which one?
That sound. And it can still take some music home. Can still take some drinks home.
You know the problem is for him.
For him it's not. For him it's not. He wants full blast, but it's okay.
Well, no, what I wanted to say is for him, he only gets money. Bunga aja. Oh, no, what's up? Nasema iko strong. Juu nimeweka in case hii yangu ikatae, naweza swap bila kuzima hii screen. Jackie, na hivi unapitia nani? Nataka mtu akubeti. Si shoga. Nani? Nimepatia mtu aende aone mwenye atafanya hapo kwa sema nataka niulizie tafadhali. Muulize sasa hivi sawa. Unapotea wapi? Wewe, manager. Oh, Brayo. Niko pande ya dulu. Haya, ishi. Ha? Come on, Durayo. Make sure. Hii mdogo ongeza hii. 13 za 100. Ongeza hii mdogo. Sawa, leta hela. Sisi tunasema na nini? Sisi ndio tunafunga hizo hela. Kama Durayo. Sisi ukitula tunataka utumalize. Yaani sisi tunafunga na 10. Tunafunga hizo hela. Hawana kushangani. Janja. Sisi tunajilipua mizigo, wao wanajilipua.
Miaka mingi zimeshika dola. Wale nishike kwa chini. Wale ndio sasa jana maneno. Wale shemeji kama kama. Nabaki kwa shemeji pia kwangu. Shemeji kaweza kunibariki unaambia shemeji. Miaka mingi rafiki yangu. Na kukabidhi hili. Sijarusha dola. Twende.
Fight.
Hilo tu. Confirm shemeji. Pesa ina
700 shemeji.
Pesa ina.
Shemeji inakamilika shemeji.
Sawa.
Shemeji watu wakiziwa Ghana 100. Mshamaliza huko. Umewana. Jitume.
Fight boy.
Why? Okay. I'm coming. I'm almost coming.
Oji. Akili nyingi.
Extra customer.
Akili nyingi.
Hilo tu. Just makinika. Hilo extra dola jitume mwanangu. Customer ni customer. Twende.
Anadai the heavy mwanako kusikana leo huko.
Extra tunayo. Customer ni customer. Extra hilo tu.
Maelekezo.
Hilo tu.
Mtoto mdogo. Wazee.
Extra mai wetu. Mapema. Wametutaka. Tuko live.
Shua maelekezo.
Thank you. Kama Abdullah.
Sijaweka zote zilikuwa na wao.
Mikrofoni yako iko wapi?
Sasa au nipeleke na benki sasa.
Yes. Tanzanian. Kuniambia mimi acha nishughulike.
Mwanzo na mshughulike wewe unakupatia.
Huko kwa kweli unaniambia hivyo. Mwanzo wetu umetangaza. Sijaongea na wewe. Sijui na nani.
Wewe kijana. Ongea naye kumchilia. Mazingira.
Kwanza baby. Nisikia afya yako.
Uko nayo ama unataka kwa kuacha. Toka enda stage panda stage hapo juu.
Kama Sami security tu. Sasa muongee naye. Mimi nafanya tu kuongea na yeye. Mimi nafanya tu yani asikie lakini security. Hata kama ndabisa akiona kubaya ni
Wazee. Hapo man. Finish kumalo.
Ya umpire.
Huyo. Next one. Akili nyingi.
take sure.
Akili nyingi.
I'm just asking you asking.
Goli.
Sasa yako ila.
Bora goli.
Sana tunashambulia kwa kushughulikia.
Bora goli kama juzo. Kama
Shot. Wenyewe. Ojirino.
Chance boy.
Ojirino.
Come on man. Hero too, make sure. Come on man.
Sawa, tulivu. Bila kuchoka. Tumekuja kwa tiaki na Kiobe bila kuchoka. Tumekuja kutetea Kiobe, unanyanyasika South Africa kweli? Bila kuchoka. Cheki mazingira
makinika.
Bila kuchoka.
Kama tulivyoongea. Kama kwenye kikao. Sahi. Fight.
Microphone check. Sound check. Ishmael check. Abdullah check.
Zote ni njia.
Makinika.
Tunatoka kawaida tu kesho, make sure.
Thank you. Nimekuelewa peke yangu. Make sure.
Kawaida.
Hilo ni goli, mimi nishali hesabu. Mkubwa ni mkubwa. Kama bure. Make sure Abdullah. Thank you. Nimekuelewa. Uwaze.
Wazee.
Bora kama hivyo.
Wazee.
Wazee mnaniangusha. Wazee! Hilo tu. Wazee wa Kenya.
Kutetea Uganda anayoseka.
Kenya wazee ni ya kwenu. Wazee.
Mnayoseka. Kama ni matovu.
Action hayo. Kama ngoma. Kama ngoma. Hilo tu. Bakilika. Sawa sawa. Hatutaki kujua.
Usimwache, shikilia mkia.
Sawa tu.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the live stream of a very big match here, most especially with the repercussion for losing the two players from Tanzania. Abdullah Hussein donning the proud Tanzanian colors, that is green and then yellow, a little shade of brown, taking on Ishmael Mthethwa of South Africa, donning white. Once again, for the consequence of loss of $3,000 in defeat, the two of the best shooters from their respective countries, that is Tanzania and South Africa, are racing to 21, and they have submitted to myself $3,000 and have given me power to hand it over to who of the two will be the first player to 21 frames. It's going to be about a minimum of 3 hours just to know who of these two will be defeating the other. Once again, this commentary is brought to you on 3 platforms, that is Peter Chove Live YouTube, Mchana Pool Club YouTube, as well as Rock and Shoot Blitz YouTube. There is another stream that is on Facebook for the Facebook, as it is on Break and Finish Live Facebook. 2 frames have been played and both have been won by the Tanzanian. As a matter of score, it is 2 frames to 0, with Abdullah Hussein leading against Ishmael Mthethwa. This is frame number 3. It is seeing Ishmael being snookered. For the start of action, Abdullah is starting off with a sharper player. He's one of the most dependable Tanzanian players. The Tanzanian team that are at the venue are the team that are snipers, and they are causing the hugest amount of noise in the background. That is the likes of Amadeus, the likes of Saif Hamad, the likes of Steven Jackson, and the normally silent, innocent Sammy. And that is their noise as Ishmael fouls. Our venue of location is JAMLOCK Sports Bar and Restaurant, where at the very start, where the county of Nairobi in Kenya ends, also where the county of Machakos ends, alongside the road that leads to Mombasa. It's one of the most significant roads on the whole of the African continent. It's a road that comes from Mombasa, that is from the eastern up to the western coast of Africa, through Kenya, through Uganda, through Congo, up to the coast. And right at Ruby's fuel station in Machakos is JAMLOCK Sports Bar, where you find the venue where Abdullah Hussein and Ishmael Mthethwa are racing to 21 for $3,000. Our umpire, a player herself, is the Pole Association of Uganda. She's called Julie Namahanga. Player and umpire, also back home in her country, a tournament organizer. Looks like Abdullah Hussein could be taking a third here. Looks like it could be big for Tanzanian pool. Looks like it could be big for snipers. And every reason to believe that it will, because he wants to put 2 reds to respective corner pockets, bottom left and bottom right, and then black perhaps to one of the side pockets, and then him to record the third frame. He would be winning. He's just played 2 money matches in the space of the last weeks, both to the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, losing both by a difference of 1 frame. In the heart of the city of Dar es Salaam. Now he has chance to take his score to 3-0 if he can put black to the corner pocket bottom right. Sometimes pressure gets the better of him. It's not a time to feel pressureless here. He will have to sink this one and sink. He does. Tanzania 3 and South Africa 0.
Huyo ndo mtumiwa wetu.
Now at the same time tomorrow it is going to be the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, who is reading the game and reading the 2 players, is going to be taking on Ishmael at the same venue. That is tomorrow at 8 p.m. East African time. Perhaps it will be 7 p.m. It will be coming 1 hour earlier. The match between Abdullah and Ishmael only came at 8 p.m. because Abdullah and team that are snipers arrived a bit late. They asked for some time to acclimatize into Nairobi and then make it into the venue. He's actually playing like he's the one that was first to arrive at the venue. He's so accustomed to the table. By the way, this table is standard, the Super League table, the same exact tables on which you have events like the World Pool Championships, like the European Ultimate Pool Championships. 2 of them at the venue out of 7, and the 2 were assembled just 2 days ago. They are very, very standard tables. They are very good tables. They favor anybody. They have Aramith balls on them, and they have very good cushion bounce with a relatively fast cloth. For the fact that it is new, the table is new and newly assembled, you get a feeling it does not favor anybody. But of the 2 players, it is of course Ishmael that will be more accustomed to playing on this kind of table, because a good number of them, they are in South Africa. In Tanzania, I don't think there is this brand of table anywhere from border to border, from Namanga to Tunduma. 3 frames to 0. The Tanzanian is in the lead against the South Africa, who is supposed to start off as some kind of favorite for the victory. In a money match, it could be easily the first time that these 2 are facing off. The die-hard is being given a taste of his own medicine here. He's the home player. His participation in this money match is being sponsored by JAMLOCK. That is the host venue anyway. As for Abdullah, it is the first time ever that he's stepping foot at the venue. In fact, he has only been at the venue for a total amount of time of less than 1 hour. 30 minutes of his arrival. Just after arriving, he was given time to fill the table, and thereafter, 30 minutes later, the match started and the match. And there goes the break of frame number 5. Sorry for the little network glitch. I believe it's now sorted in full. A void break it was at the first time of asking. At the very second time, Abdullah Hussein has just gotten to make one yellow on the break. A little tricky him choosing between the yellows and the reds. That's why he's taking all the time he has in the world. Of course, there is a corner pocket at the top right where there is yellow packed right in front of the red. It is the reason as to why Abdullah will potentially be choosing to play the yellows. On the other side, he's choosing to play the reds. Maybe wants to have the cue ball into the red and the yellow and puts both. This means he leaves an open table. He has the luxury and the arrogance to play combination shooting even when the table is open. At the end of the day, the Tanzanian gets to close the table. Abdullah playing reds. This one will be very satisfying should he win, most especially him having lost, I think, 2 of the last 3 money matches in which he has been active. The last 3 weeks, including twice in the siders against the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, but very renownedly. Last week, he defeated the Zambian Royd Kabwe. And there is rumor that Royd is headed to Nairobi as well. As we speak, there is representation in Kenya from Uganda. Of course, the Kenyans, the Tanzanians. I also am hearing a rumor that Ginte is headed to Nairobi. So I want to think that for the next 7 days or so, it is going to be action upon action after action. Most especially at 2 venues, that is JAMLOCK Sports Bar where we are, and then Mchana Pub and Grill, where the action shall be happening tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow it shall be the same venue as well, between Ishmael and Kasozi. Tomorrow being Friday, then Saturday it will be a rematch of action between Abdullah and Ishmael. This time it will be Abdullah hosting Ishmael at Mchana, and then on Sunday Ishmael will rematch with Kasozi again at Mchana. And then there is hope that next week we should be having something of a 16-man comp, because yes, it is very, very worth it. Still trying to discuss with potential sponsors. Africa needs that, and we could have more than 1 16-man comp. There are also Tanzanian players like Innocent Sami, Steven Jackson, Amadeus, Saif Hamad, and they will want action against both Ishmael and the Ugandan Kasozi. So perhaps we could be having more than 1 race a day. There is also a certain madam, the umpire, who is a player, having come from Uganda. She wants action against any player that holds a Kenyan passport. Today, the match between herself and PR has not happened. There is hope it will happen soon. With Abdullah, as Abdullah Hussein is nicknamed, looking set to win what will be his 4th out of 5 frames, needing to put both red and black to the same corner pocket bottom left, having to play with top spin, playing the cue ball with left motion, top spin, cue ball moves leftwards by Abdullah Hussein. The rest is a formality. Has to be very careful with his t-shirt, which looks kind of big. Nonetheless, the Tanzanian still wins the frame. 5 frames played, dear viewers. Abdullah Hussein 4 and Ishmael Mthethwa 1. We need to talk to her.
Come on, Ishmael. Yeah.
Tulifunga leo tucheze na mtu yote mpaka afanye kwa. Siwezi niambia Abdullah kucheza. Huyo bwana.
Nimechafua na roho.
Mwasibu baba mwasibu.
Tafutia teja aliyeona Dula anashinda waambie Dula anashinda aliyeona.
Nitafutia teja, nitafutia teja. Come on Hussein.
Sawa.
David Kamanya asking if Dog City are Ibra still around. Yes, Dog City is not at the venue, but is still within Nairobi. Ibra is at the venue and wants everybody at the venue with a Tanzanian passport to name his stake, and then the two have a money match. That is all of them. Ibra is open for business. Special thanks to the management team of both of the players for this game. For Ishmael, it is JAMLOCK Sports Bar, his sponsor, and while for his opponent, that is Abdullah, Snipers Pole Club in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and the manager, that is Akida, is around to support the boys morally, of course, besides financially. And of course, Joseph Kasozi is managed in Tanzania, and there is big rivalry between Q Masters, his management team, as well as Snipers, and I know that we shall have action between the Snipers players and Kasozi, the Q Master. And I know that his manager, Timba, is watching as well.
Anafunga mwenzako kule. Simko wengi nyie.
There's a lot of side business going on. The Tanzanians are having their $500 on Abdullah, and then Kenyans are having their $500 on Ishmael. It's about to become 4-2 here from this kind of range. Ishmael will never miss. 4 for Abdullah Hussein and 2 for Ishmael. Race to 21.
Akishinda moja tia tatu.
Moja tatu. Anakuja kufukanana splash na moja.
Yani just make sure tembea.
Makuzingaru zikatie.
Sawa Dula, sawa.
Amekwama.
Wewe akicheza useme hivyo.
There is a chance for Abdullah here to win a fifth. A chance that seems to have been misused just a little. Nonetheless, the yellows will be positioned relatively good for Abdullah to believe that he will still have a chance to play in the frame. Once again, dear viewers, those that are just joining the stream, it is an organized money match of an international nature between Ishmael Mthethwa of South Africa donning white and Abdullah Hussein of Tanzania donning the green and black and yellow. A race to 21 it is for the consequence of 3,000 US dollars. How much is that in your currency? Perhaps what will you do with that kind of money? In many African countries, about maybe 5 to maybe 15 kilometers outside city centers, you can buy land with that kind of money. And I know that in Malawi you can buy quite a big chunk of land. With Ishmael being a beneficiary of a free shot now, in which he has chosen to pot Abdullah's yellow with his own red, occupying the corner pocket bottom right with now red. And yes, with Ishmael now a big favorite for the victory of the ongoing frame. Of course, Ish has a lot more experience than Abdullah. I just don't remember when the two last had themselves against each other in a money match. The few times they may have faced off were in team games. Abdullah with a chance, call it half a chance, 2 yellows, both of them pretty much bad balls. Both close to the bottom right of the screen and both close to a corner pocket that is covered by Ishmael's red, as though Abdullah wants to make a cut, maybe play yellow into red, maybe play with power, hope for luck. It's like a sharp cut to the corner pocket at the bottom left. He goes for that kind of shooting and gets in the yellow. The bounce of the cue ball off the cushions may not have come in his favor, but given how sharp he has cut the last yellow, you get a feeling even the remaining yellow on the pool table bed, he can play it and sink it either to the corner pocket bottom left or bottom right. He's going for the bottom left. The cue ball may be played into Ishmael's red if he plays carelessly. That is the cut. Cue ball avoids the red, but Abdullah is not on target. Perhaps having to avoid contact between white and red hampered his prowess to play on target. He knows that that could be the last shot he has played in the ongoing frame. This one could be Ishmael winning a third out of 7. The cue ball as close can be to the red on the left, which he'll be playing, potting to the corner pocket bottom left with a little backspin, just a little. Now has to bounce the cue ball off the right cushion as he pots to the corner pocket bottom right. A little bounce of the cue ball off the cushion into space where he can put the last 2 reds to the side pocket right and corner pocket top right. Black is there for taking. The frame is there for Ishmael's taking. Abdullah Hussein knows and Tanzania knows that the South African is on the verge of winning a third out of 7 simply by rolling the last red to the corner pocket bottom right, and we'll have the easiest spot of the black in a well-fought frame and perhaps a desired frame, and Ishmael wins. South Africa 3, Tanzania 4.
Inakuanga hivyo.
Well broken frame number 8 it is. Very critical, most especially for Abdullah to try and win this frame. Especially him having taken a 3-frame lead. It is too early to let Ishmael already have equal scores. Of course, Ishmael has better temperament. He is also more experienced. But of late, Abdullah has the benefit of being more active. I don't remember him, Abdullah, having missed any of the last maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tournaments that have been participated in majorly by the biggest players on the African continent.
Thank you.
That is whether in Tanzania, in Kenya, in South Africa itself, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe. He's one of the commonest faces that are the face of African pool today. Both in the singles, where he plays himself as Abdullah, also in the team events, where sometimes he has been playing for the Tanzanian national team, the Taifa Pool Stars, as well as his team, that is Snipers. And he has come to Uganda twice in the last 3 years. Most fondly in 2023, I do remember himself alongside the members of the Snipers team that traveled to Kampala to participate in the tournament of the Pool Association of Uganda. I also remember having traveled with him to different media houses to promote the game and the tournament itself. He reached the round of last 32 in the competition and was defeated there. I remember him playing many matches, many of them against Ugandan players, winning some and losing some. I don't remember him playing a match of this magnitude against South African players. In fact, most of the time when he plays these big money matches, it is $2,000 pot. Today's pot is a little bit more pressurizing and a little bit more statement making. And it looks like Ishmael could be winning this going frame and winning it by break and finish. By him playing the red that he has in sight, potting to the side pocket on the left, the cue ball naturally moves a little upwards. And perhaps he will want to put the last red on the table to the corner pocket bottom right where he's having his body. The little top spin. It's just okay. All he needs is to be on target. Spinning the cue ball to move it backwards. Where the black is, he may need the cue ball almost at that same point where it is now. Has to be on target, has to apply the backspin. Target on, backspin on the frame is won by Ishmael. Sorry, by Abdullah. I beg your pardon. He now leads by 5 frames to 3. And those who don't have the digital scoreboard, you can use the one that is the right of your screen. The scores for Ishmael are on the left in red. The scores for Abdullah are on the right in green. As umpire Julie racks frame number 9, it is Ishmael Mthethwa 3 and Abdullah Hussein 5. Race to 21 for $3,000 US.
When I'm not around, you can.
Hey!
Not so many times you get to break and pot 2 reds and then yellow, and unfortunately the cue ball goes in as well. This will be the easiest frame that Ishmael will be winning. If he doesn't win this one, maybe it could be alarm bells that he could have a very long night. He will want to play the reds. For a free shot, he may want to play one of the yellows then. He's still intent on going for the reds. The die-hard going for a comeback. Potting with the little movement of the cue ball playing into Abdullah's yellow. The South African has closed the table. He's playing in reds with one intention, win frame number 9 by reverse dish. For Abdullah, the only offense he has committed in this frame is to put the cue ball on the break. For Ishmael, he's taking the easy pickings. He's pulling one back 1 back for a fourth, 1 back for victory, 1 back for $3,000 US. With the now 2 reds for him to pot, and then the black, and then the frame. For whatever reason, he's taking all the time. Pretty palatable frame, this one, for the South African, who has been such a big vibe ever since the start of this tour. That one will go down as very good queuing, most especially for the fact that he's leaving a cut between white and red, such that if he puts the corner pocket top right, the cue ball bounces off the left cushion with the little top spin, then it moves all the distance rightwards where the black is, just like that. And pretty certain he's winning this, and sinks the black. Ishmael 4 and Abdullah 5. Pius Maganga, thank you for watching. Asking who won the first money match between Kasozi and Ishmael. Of course, many of you were inquisitive of that after seeing a poster that was reading part 2. Yes, it was part 2, the first match between the two. I did stream it from Lusaka in 2024 during the Billiards Cafe Classic competition that was won by Aiden. That money match was won in a race to 16 by 16 frames to 12 by Ishmael, who gets to break frame number 10, which if he wins could be him equalizing for the first time ever since the start of action. Goes for the second ball, hits the yellow, gets to put 1 red on an open table. He will have to try with all the difficulty to win this frame with 1 visit of the table, make it his equalizing frame. He can be a beast on the table with his queuing skills, with a very humble personality as he plays. Also, very good sportsmanship. I do like this guy, Ishmael. When he does win, then the vibe comes out. I don't know of a more vibrant player than this guy on the entire African continent, most especially after winning. And his opponent is equally lovable as well. He's extremely humble. He's very professional when playing. He never ever plays a match without stacking. His t-shirt, he's very smart, very organized, and conducts himself very professionally. That's why he's such a crowd favorite of most especially Tanzanian fans. His matches draw so many numbers. Every time I stream his games, I do realize that. He may be closing the table here. And yes, he does. That was so brave. But he looks so fit. Especially even attempting to close the table with a shot that's difficult and attempting to win the frame with a chance this small. Wanting now to put red to the side pocket on the left. Little top spin on the cue ball, moving it in a position where he can now play the red that is close to the yellow. Pretty much 2 balls touching each other. But the red is passable. The umpire has just indicated that the red that is rightwards of them all is touching the cushion. When he gets to play it, he will have to bear in mind the implication of playing a frozen ball. As he puts, the cue ball will perhaps be natural for either of the 2 reds that will be left on the table. And now Ishmael knows that the tactic where he tempted Abdullah on closing using the reds, perhaps using the yellows, could become futile. But Abdullah has his work still cut out. There isn't enough cut between white and red. That is why he's rightly choosing the corner pocket bottom left for putting the last red on the table. He has to do it with a backspin, drawing the cue ball backwards. If careless, the cue ball could perhaps be played into the pocket. Has to be careful here. He needs the backspin, but cue ball played just into the cushion. This will do even better. A stop effect on the cue ball. He has full sight of the black all to himself, of course, to put to the side pocket on the left to respond to fire with the apple, respond to red apple with Dullah's red apple of his own. And yes, he does. After frame number 9 being broken by Abdullah and Ishmael finishing it right away. Frame number 10 was broken by Ishmael. Abdullah finished it right away with one visit of the table. It is now Ishmael Mthethwa 4 and Abdullah Hussein 6. My friend Hadia Loanga watching from Kitgum. Thank you for watching and always watching. She calls herself the female Caesar. That is funny. Damian, thank you for watching. And the Aquatic Pool Center. You say when you grow up you want to be like me, or I'm humbled. Frame number 11. So far we are done with 1/4 of the match. There has been black ball potted on the break. And that leaves the table open, but the same player gets to break the same frame again. Black ball rules. It is called a void break. Hi, Makwan.
Hello, Tobe.
Who are you supporting today?
Ishmael, of course.
Why Ishmael? Abdullah is your neighbor. He's your Swahili mate.
But I usually go with, if I met you first, it's only right that I support you.
Yeah.
So I met Ishmael first, so I'll support him. Besides, Ishmael is guilty by association. He is Kenyan.
Yeah, nowadays he's Kenyan. Speaks some good Swahili.
Very good Swahili.
Enjoys some good ugali.
Very good ugali and some spinach and some...
And he's such a vibrant guy.
Very vibrant, actually. Yeah.
Now, I've not seen you playing any games. There is a female player in town today. She's the umpire. She wants to have some action. Yes. Why can't Makwan give her a game?
Makwan can give her a game. I accept the challenge.
Yeah, I'll be honored to stream that game any day it comes.
Come again, sir?
I'll be honored to stream that game any day it comes.
I welcome that. I welcome that.
Perhaps before any of the men's games coming up, it should be Makwan versus Jolie.
That's fine.
There comes Makwan. She's a member of the Kenya national ladies pool team, proudly supporting Ishmael today, and she's doing it loudly.
But with class. Loudly, but with class.
There she is. 6 frames to 4. Dear viewers, it is the Tanzanian in the lead. I just saw one of the most touching moments involving Ishmael when he was playing a money match against Kasozi late last month in Dar es Salaam. A rest of 21 it was, 2020 the scores. He missed a black ball that could have won him the frame and $2,000, but that kind of miss, I doubt he got to sleep throughout the night. But if he can put up performances like taking down Ishmael, of course that one will be history. This one will be very comforting. Of course he has already consoled himself, taking down Royd, the Zambian. And just in case you may want to know, Royd is following Abdullah all the way to Nairobi, as Abdullah goes for an 11th for himself. All the Kenyans with Abdullah's performance so far, all the Ugandans, even some of the Tanzanians that don't belong to Team Tanzania but will be in Nairobi soon, will know that Abdullah will not be anybody's pushover. Not when he's playing this good. I want to think he will want to put both red and black, perhaps the same center pocket on the left. That could be the natural movement of the cue ball because it comes towards the right bottom of the table. Oops, that's even better. even more classy, even more skillful, a little more arrogant, but way more effective, as he's proving now the better player, finishing better, thinking better, acting better, winning better, and now leading even better. Abdullah Hussein 7 and Ishmael Mthethwa 4.
Wazee sasa kama atapata 10 atakupiga makofi jamani, anatukimbia sisi sasa huko, tunakimbia Mkenya upiga Mkenya kama ngoma. Yes, kanua uraia poa. Kama ngoma dura, yani kama ngoma, kama mwizi. Make sure. Yes, kasema tuje tumekuja.
Thank you. Hiyo umepiga marume, hiyo umepiga. Ya kuisha ishe, msema wa Agosti ya kuisha ishe.
Thank you Jesus.
Mdogo mdogo, haina haja kwenda mambo. Taratibu taratara.
Mwanetu mwenyewe tuondoke.
Taratara Hussein.
Sai. Hatuna mwebo dulayo hilo tu. Win goli. Shida na hera. No show game.
Thank you very much, Africa. With 11 frames played, we are now streaming to 2,000 people watching live. Special thanks most especially to those of you that are watching from Tanzania and Zimbabwe and South Africa, where these players hail from. Looks like Abdullah could be winning an 8th here. Looks like Ishmael is not going to be having it his way. He could find himself snookered. That was tight, but it will do. He has full sight of the yellow on the right. Simply has to roll it. Either way, simple roll, or perhaps play stop short effect on the cue ball, leaving the cue ball just around the same area that the yellow, which is rightwards, is now. He opts to go for the roll, and the roll works. You get a feeling he may want to put black to the corner pocket, bottom right. I assume if he plays the cue ball with top spin to bounce it off the left cushion, it moves just a little rightwards, just like that. Just like that. Boy, oh boy. On a good day, Abdullah Hussein will give you a very good game. Here he is. It's going to be 8 with 12 frames played. Dear viewers, Abdullah Hussein has twice as many frames as his opponent has. It is 8 for the Tanzanian and 4 for the South African. Race to 21 for 3,000 US dollars. Special dedication of this match to my good friend Samson Kiboga of the Sam's Pool TZ Facebook, YouTube and TikTok streaming platforms. He's the one that has been in a very big way responsible for the popularization of these players, most especially of the two, Abdullah and the other great Tanzanian players. And this I have to tell you point blank that these matches are all a product of social media. When Tanzania is playing, everybody's watching. When South Africa is playing, same applies. When Uganda, when it's Kenya, when Zimbabwe and Zambia. That's why at the end of the day, the best players from those respective countries now find a reason, with management teams coming into contact with each other, to have games like this. And it's an entire continent being entertained. And I want to believe it doesn't get any better than this. Tomorrow, same venue, will be Ishmael versus Kasozi for $2,000 US thereafter on Saturday at Mchana Pub and Grill. It will be the rematch of this action you are watching right now at Mchana Pool Club, and then on Sunday, rematch of Kasozi versus Ishmael again at Mchana Pool Club. And there comes Samson Kiboga commenting for the first time in the match. And I know that he will give a very pleasant phone call to Abdullah if Abdullah wins this match, that like maybe he will. And if he wins, it will be a very, very memorable victory. And if he wins, he may have to do it again at Michana this coming Sunday, or else he will return the fish to the water and the fish will swim away.
Sawa. Kama ghost tu, kama ghost hapo.
Here comes Abdullah. Hussein is seemingly a little bit out of sorts, and not yet decided on which shot to play. Irrespective, it looks tricky. A yellow can be sunk to the side pocket on the left. Cue ball will be tricky. It was always going to be difficult, him manipulating, let alone potting. That's why the risk of missing the target was always there. The chance for Ishmael was always coming. A location of the action, ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, is JAMLOCK Sports Bar and Restaurant. Just in case you are in and around Machakos or Nairobi in Kenya, the venue is just by Ruby's fuel station, the Athi River area, alongside Mombasa Road. Entry is absolutely free. All that management will want of you is buy a drink of your choice, get a seat of your choice, and enjoy the action the evening away. What can Ishmael do here? The easily portable ball is the red packed at the corner pocket bottom left. Of course, he knows that going for that one is a little bit risky, most especially should he fail to make a clearance. That's why he's playing off cushion. Shot is legal, however, because there was contact between the ball he played and another cushion. But Hussein will treat this as an opportunity, try and steal the frame away. Actually, Ishmael is a little bit of coward, for lack of a better word. On another day, pots the portable ball and go for the frame.
Come on, atafanya nini? Atafanya gani?
Here he is now going through the defense play of Abdullah. Ishmael seemingly recovers. For as long as he has the sight of a ball he can pot, you get a feeling the frame is finishable. As for Abdullah, he may count his chances on the position of the black touching his yellow to cause some kind of difficulty to hamper the pattern of Ishmael. He's a big name in African pool. Not forgetting him being the 2014 South African champion and 2015 South Africa #1 ranked player, most especially in black ball here. However, he's versatile. He has played 10 ball, 9 ball. He also plays high ball and is a decent player. Abdullah Hussein was one of the very few Africans 2 years ago to reach the prize bracket of the World High Ball Championships in Shanghai, in China. He reached the round of last 64 in a tournament that had hundreds and hundreds of players, way more than 5,000 from everywhere in the world. He was in the round of last 64 and got himself $3,000, the same amount of money that Ishmael could win if he's the first to 21. If he's to get the 21, he will need this one. Wanting to put black to the side pocket on the right, maybe go for the corner pocket. He's going for the side. Cheats the pocket a little and sinks the block and wins the frame and pulls one back. Ishmael, Mthethwa 5, Abdullah, Hussein 8, race to 21.
Bila kuchoka, bila kuchoka, bila kuchoka. Mizozo kweli. Mizozo kweli.
Nakuelewa set yako, naielewa set yako.
Sikia mizozo kweli.
Here comes Ishiano, as he's nicknamed by peers. The face he's wearing is one of confidence, but also the one that knows that his work is cut out. Just in case there was any doubt that he's going to be having it all his way in this match, he now knows that if he's to stand a chance of taking down Abdullah, he has to be at his very best. But no shadow of a doubt, dear ladies and gentlemen, he can. In this ongoing tour of the Ugandans and now the Tanzanians into Kenya, he has already demonstrated that he can come back big and win. He has done so against Ian of Uganda. He has also done so a little so against the other Ugandan, Dog City. He has done so even bigger against the other Ugandan, Ibra. And he's already in some little profit in terms of count of monies won vis-a-vis count of monies lost. He has won once and lost twice against Dog City, has won twice and lost twice against Ian, has lost once against Ibra and won twice, and both matches were for $1,000. That puts him for $2,000, sorry. That means one race of $2,000 pot is his total profit so far, and could make it 3,000 more if he wins this. I want to think the natural movement of the white, if pot's yellow, is to enable him pot black to the side pocket on the left. Just like that. The rest for Ishmael is a formality. It is the first time in the match that Ishmael is winning 2 frames in a row, as he inspires support from the crowd. Of course, the majority of the crowd are an Ishmael fan base because he's the home player today. A resident in Nairobi and being sponsored by the venue, that is JAMLOCK. Once again, dear viewers, it is Ishmael 6 and Abdullah 8.
Oh, this one does not have a plastic tag.
From wherever you're watching, dear viewers, I believe that you are enjoying the action. Yes, most especially in Dar es Salaam, the city of Abdullah's residence, Bulawayo, the city of Ishmael's birth, and of course Johannesburg, the home city of Ishmael today. With Abdullah now going for the reds, 6 of them they are in number, going for apple. Tricky looking though, most especially because of the presence of the red that is right behind the black. The reds, pretty finishable. Abdullah Hussein, about 15, if not 12 minutes ago, was having a 4-frame lead. Since then, it has been cut to 2, as Ishmael has won 2 frames in a row for the very first time in the match. But Bernard, thanks for watching on the YouTube stream. You're asking how much $3,000 is in Ugandan currency. Okay, if you are not accustomed to Ugandan money, please don't listen to me, because it's some 11 million Uganda shillings. Just close there. As Ishmael, Abdullah plays the cue ball into the would-be dead red. Now he has every chance of winning the frame and winning it now, even after Ishmael won 2 frames in a row. When you thought that it may get onto the nerve of Abdullah, who, by the way, facially is looking a little more nervy of the 2 shooters, seemingly it just hasn't. Of course, he'll be playing the red that is closer to the cue ball with a very sharp cut. And given the power involved in playing the cue ball, he may have little control of white for the last red. He goes for the cut, plays it big, white into yellow, and the red remaining on the table is portable for Abdullah. The choice of pocket where he may play it will be dependent on the outcome of white, should he have sight of the black. And I want to think that if it is possible to the corner pocket bottom left, it will be the better option. The side pocket on the left is the easier way to pot, but cue ball is not natural for black, because it may be played into the yellow, it may be played into the black, and could go anywhere after contacting the yellows. He has to be very careful. That's why he goes for the corner pocket and plays absolutely well and absolutely fantastic. Ishmael up on his feet. Abdullah wins yet another frame in this very big match between 2 players, but of course with the nationalistic interests at heart. It is now Ishmael 6 and Abdullah 9. Sarah Gochale on the YouTube stream asking when Joseph Kasozi is playing. Sarah, he will be playing tomorrow at the same venue against Ishmael. Thereafter, on Saturday and Sunday, there will be 2 matches at Mchana Pool Club, on 1 each on the respective days. That is the rematch of this match that you're watching, and then on Sunday, the rematch of the match between Kasozi and Ishmael at Mchana. Haran Coach, you'll send $50 to the winner. Come on, Haran, eh? That will be a nice thing, eh? Sammy Kimgenon, thank you for watching on Chana Pool Club. MLD Dreams, you say this guy is very good. I don't know exactly who, but I think you're insinuating Abdullah, because many of you may even not be knowing him, although he's a very big name in Tanzanian pool and a relatively big name in African pool. What's missing in his career is winning a big, or perhaps getting into the latter stages of a big African comp. He was part of the team that won the Q Masters International Carnival, the 2nd edition that was hosted in Arusha in Tanzania. I assume that match between the Snipers team when they played in the final against the Kenyan team that were the Mchana Knights. A match that was won a little convincingly by the Tanzanians. I also remember them defeating the Ugandan team Danger in the semis. Timothy Ngulube, thank you for watching on the YouTube stream. And Neon Tuli, seemingly watching from Kenya. Abdullah now implores some of his defense skills. If you remember the match he last lost against Ian, he did too much of the defensive work. Sometimes it even affected himself, but most of the frames where he played defense, he won them. Maybe he's discovering that Abdullah is a very good player when it comes to offense, and the diehard is opting to play safeties. Now here he is. Abdullah has also made perhaps one of Ishmael's reds, perhaps, sorry, the yellows of Ishmael to be blocked by Abdullah's red. The red is now a dead ball For instance, if the reds were to be played and potted, all of them, then the frame will end in a draw. And the match is watched by too much of royalty in pool. Kenyan players, Moses Kimani, Evans Kiprotich, all of them reside quite a distance from where we are. But yes, they are at the venue watching. The Ugandan players, Ibrahim Sejemba, Sula Matovu, Bob Katerega, the other Kenyan players like Kevin Yegon, and of course Makwan, and all of the Tanzanian delegation plus manager are at the venue and watching and seemingly enjoying. This one will be a very slow frame. Meanwhile, from wherever you're watching, please do not forget to like the video.
XP.
This one will take all the time, most especially because of the situation at the corner pocket bottom right, where there are 3 yellows right behind the red. Otherwise, after 15 frames of play, the score remains steady. Remains at 9 frames to 6. The Tanzanian Abdullah is in the lead. You just hope for Abdullah that some of the very unfortunate stuff that happens when he's playing many matches, sometimes he loses very unfortunate frames, which are deciding frames. When it's too much pressure, sometimes he fails to handle. But now we can handle because he has the benefit of a free shot after Ishmael potting the red. Of course, Ishmael, even by body language, did not want to pot the red. And for a free shot, you get a feeling Abdullah has got no business with the yellows. He's choosing to pot yellow anyway, and is vindicated, I think, because he can pot 2 reds to respective side pockets, right and left, and can finish the frame, and can finish it now. Here comes Hussein. Getting to break. Needing a relatively sharp cut of the red on the left to the side pocket, of course, on the left. He's choosing to play the top play red first. Has to move the cue ball the entire length of the table. This looks suspect. It was always suspect game reading, and it hasn't entirely worked out. He may have little sight of the red, but there is no reason as to why. When you can pot the would-be difficult ball on the table, you choose not to play it. He has sight of the red, but potting it is a different thing altogether because it is little sight. Will he pot? Is it enough to pot it? What he needs is pot. If he doesn't, he probably loses the frame. He gets support, cue ball off 3 cushions, and has now full sight of the black. Recovery for Ishmael, as he takes a very necessary deep breath. Will be aiming for black. Will be in pole position to win the frame. Black potable, perhaps relatively easy to the corner pocket top left. Has to be careful with the cue ball. In its natural movement, it could sink into the side pocket on the left. Here he comes, and could go for the center pocket as well. Part of the options. Goes for the corner pocket, and black is in. Big power, big target, big lead now. Ishmael 6 and Abdullah 10. Dominic Mutisia, thank you for watching. I now say hi to you, my guy Vince Boy. Thank you for reminding us to like the stream. Bob in Love, You say Abdullah is too much. Yes, so far he's been too much. He can mean to be too much.
Will you kindly do me the honor? Kindly.
Thank you.
It is 10 frames to 6. Dear viewers watching from Peter Chobe Live, watching from Rock and Shoot Blitz, watching from Channel Pool Club, watching from Break and Finish Live Facebook. The Tanzanian is still in the lead. Abdullah Hussein, who traveled all of the distance. I was watching the videos of the Tanzanian team travel. They are sharing with us. He was the bus driver. Perhaps call him the most tired guy of them all. But then he was lined up to play first. And I was really looking forward to this game, most especially seeing why that kind of order of play. Having 2 matches on the first 2 days, and I know that even tomorrow, while the program is to have Kasozi and Ishmael, there could be a match between another snipers player and maybe one of the Ugandan players, because the Tanzanian manager, that is Akida, has told me that he's open for business for the Ugandan players, and the one that has expressed interest first is Ibra. He says he's open for business as well, and the pot that is being discussed is $3,000 US, same pot that these two are playing. Our venue, dear viewers, is JAMLOCK Sports Bar, witnessing action between Ishmael and Mthethwa of South Africa, which is now more than 10 money matches I've streamed involving him for the last 2 weeks when I've been a resident here in Kenya. It's taking on Tanzania's Abdullah Hussein as the 2 race to 21 for $3,000 US. With the audio of the same video that is being streamed to Channel Pool Club, Rock and Shoot Blitz, and my own socials, Peter Chobe Live, being brought to you by myself, Simon Peter Chobe, all the way from Kampala, doing what I love doing now in Machakos, in Kenya. Ishmael has to be in the know that is taking on a guy that is more than ready to surprise him with victory. And Ishmael has played, in my opinion, not well enough, because he's left the cue ball hanging for Abdullah to put red now, to put yellow to the side pocket on the right. And given how good he's been playing, you get a feeling that, especially given the position of the cue ball, you don't rule him out finishing this frame. It is frame number 17, just as he did for 10 of the first 16. Playing top spin, cue ball moving the entire width of the table. What he'll play next will be very, very critical. Could go for a bank, yellow into yellow. He plays cue ball into black and into yellow. Gets to put the ball, gets to create himself a very good opening to win yet another frame, taking everybody by surprise, I believe, including Ishmael himself. For the last shots that Ishmael played, being defensive, Abdullah being some kind of master of proper game reading in this one, utilizing the position of the poles to himself and now turning himself as a favorite for the victory of the ongoing frame, thinking better. His game reading so far has been way superior. His finishing ability, his manipulation of the cue ball, and also the utilization of tough situations and utilizing them and making them good situations for himself. Now potting black, silencing the home crowd that are an Ishmael crowd. A very necessary timeout for Ishmael as Abdullah Hussein wins his 11. The Tanzanians celebrate. It is Dula 11 and Ishmael 6. Rest to 21.
Atakwambia hela aliyokula wa Kenya na Uganda kaziweka wapi?
Hawa watu wa kuandama peke yake. Nyumba yake anacheza defense.
is still working. Exciting.
Are we good here? Are we good?
No, we're not.
Welcome back, dear viewers, from wherever you're watching. The hunter is being hunted here. Whoever saw that coming, that after 17 frames, Ish will be on just 6. That is the beauty of pool. Sometimes you just don't know of these two players in terms of experience. Ish is way high. In terms of achievement, they can't even be mentioned in the same sentence. In terms of match fitness in recent competition, that is where Abdullah is edging it, and that is what is exactly he's demonstrating here. Of course, he'll be putting the red close to the cue ball. How would he will manage the cue ball for the last red is what we are left with seeing. Maybe play with top spin. With power, play the cue ball into the 2 yellows close to red, with the yellows being played into red, moving the red close to the corner pocket bottom left. That's what I think he should be playing. He goes for precision, too much precision. I want to think that was a little too risky. Just positioning that cue ball somewhere where he can put that red was close to impossible. Even not getting himself snookered, I want to think has played well, but just not well enough. Now has his work cut out, and he knows that if he doesn't put this red in some kind of way, he will highly likely be losing the ongoing frame. Maybe the bank of the red off the cushion on the left into the side pocket on the right, goes for the corner pocket, and it was always going to be very unlikely. As for Ishmael, a chance, big chance to win frame number 18. With Abdullah now at least half the way, Ishmael needs to mount the comeback. The one he mounted against Dog City the last time they played a race against each other. By the way, that is one of the best money matches I've ever recorded. Half of the frames that the two played were apples, red and green respectively. Final score was 21 frames to 19. That is 40 frames played. 20 frames between Dog City and Ishmael were apples at Michana last Sunday, red and green respectively. This one has a few apples as well. Most of the criticism has been demonstrated by one guy, the guy that you're watching right now on table, the guy that is snookered, the guy that can recover only by finding red off the cushion on the left. Better for him, put it, he could as well play cue ball into black. The guy gets the red, he almost got it in, but almost is not almost enough. Just puts a little bit of pressure onto Ishmael, who will be playing snooker again. Play the yellow on the left in space in the same shot snooker his opponent. I'm hearing a rumor. Only a rumor still is that yes, Michana could come in to sponsor a 16-man comp that has all the players now that you now know. The Ugandans, 3 of them, Ibra, Dog City, and Ian, also joined by Kasozi now. And then the Tanzanians, that is Abdullah, Steven Jackson, then Amadeus, then Saif Hamad. And of course, The Kenyans who are here in very good numbers, maybe with the option of having Mthethwa from Uganda, though he's resident in Kenya, and of course Ishmael, in what will be a very good East African competition any day early next week at Mchan Pool Club. And I know that one chairman will really want, as Abdullah pots black prematurely for the first time in the match. Ishmael 7, Abdullah Hussein 11, race to 21. Tomorrow, once again, Ishmael will get to take on Joseph Kasozi for the first time in Kenya, but second time overall. Then the rematch of action that you are watching now will happen at Michana this coming Saturday. Then Sunday, rematch of Kasozi versus Ishmael again at Michana. I want to believe almost certainly that there will be more action against players from Uganda and then players from Tanzania on the same day. Almost guaranteed. I'm also hearing a rumor that Ginte wants to be a part of this. As for frame number 19, the table is closed by Abdullah playing red into yellow, potting yellow. In blackboard rules, he gets to close the table playing yellows. And here he goes. We'll want to play the cue ball into red just to support the stopping of the cue ball. He almost lost it because the white slid off red, then played direct into it. And we'll be playing with backspin, cue ball off the right cushion. And that will do. What you are waiting to see is how he'll play the yellow of the three that is leftwards of them all. Another shot to be played with another little backspin. Now this is the moment of truth. Potting the remaining yellow, the yellow that is rightwards, sorry, is not that difficult, but then the one that is leftwards, maybe realistically speaking, he may have to play it by bank off the cushion on the left into the side pocket on the right. And how he's playing is reminiscent of exactly that. Bank the yellow into the center pocket right with just a little backspin. If the bank is in, the frame will be won by Ishmael. If the bank is off, the frame will highly likely be won. Sorry, if the bank is on, then Abdullah will be winning the frame. That's the bank off the cushion and off the target. And the way Ishmael jumped out of his chair, he knows the chance is even bigger that he's taking this frame to himself. He's choosing to play defense. He's been put under that kind of pressure, wanting to play when you're only sure. Otherwise, the frame is pretty finishable. As long as he can put the red that is close to black. If it is a little difficult, then you wouldn't fault him wanting to play some kind of snooker. But from our current camera position, you can see that he has sight of the red close to black and can put it to the corner pocket top left. The umpire did brief the players, that is for the two, that for most of the time it will be herself carrying the cue ball off the bed of the table if there is a foul. But with her permission, yes, it is in. I just have a feeling it was not very good game reading for Ishmael to play defense when he had the chance to win the frame by offense. Abdullah has one deep breath to win one big frame to take his cause to more than half to make it 12 out of 19. Abdullah versus Black to the corner pocket, and it's in. Ishmael Mthethwa 7 and Abdullah Hussein 12.
mbele chuma 5-6 sahihi.
Tayari kashalegea, kashampiga sindano. Nishampiga sindano.
Hayo make sure goli akili nyingi kama tulivyoongea.
Shamaliza kazi kalegea. Nishamlegeza.
Aisha ni kuchagua.
Hapa kwa timu ndimo waamini kama China.
Aisha ni kuchagua. Hiyo power bank
50 is fair. If it was 15, I would unplug him. At the end of the day, Abdullah is human. The guy has been playing like a machine. So many clearances have been top notch, and his game reading has been out of this world so far. Not so many people can take Ishmael on at this venue and lead this big against him. And not that Ishmael is playing that bad, it's just that he's being outthought and outplayed by his opponent. There's a few times been some very suspect decision making by Ishmael, most especially last frame. He had a chance to take the frame down. He opted to play safety when he had the game to himself and could win it. He went for safety and was punished. And he could be punished even now. I'm not so certain the white is possible in between cushion and yellow for Abdullah to put red against the cushion to the corner pocket bottom right. Off the cushion into red, and it's in. Every reason for me to believe he could be taking this one down as well. The reds, 4 of them, they are a number. With any kind of ease, I doubt he can put any. Even if you are to play the red that is parked at the corner pocket top right off the cushion, that movement of the cue ball is still affected by the position of the black. Now wants to play must shot, curve the cue ball around the yellow a bit, which he does. Plays into red, but doesn't pot. Sean Zinabonga. He said, dawa ya moto ni moto. Of course, supporting Abdullah Hussein. Moto is fire. Like saying, Abdullah, fire is fire. Abesula, you are getting onto Die Hard's nerve. You say his approach will not get him anywhere. Man, the guy is already somewhere. He was already African champion. He has already been African #1 before. He's not consistently active, but when he's active, he's a game. Today, so far, no. Another half a chance for Abdullah to win yet another frame. What he needs is to put a ball. Maybe the ball he'll be playing is the red packed at the corner pocket at the top right of the cushion. Then cue ball to slide off the red and then pot it with the little top spin. He's just playing as though he's listening to the commentator. Abdullah could be winning another one here. Ishmael could be getting even in more trouble. The more special dedication of this match to another partner in crime of mine, this time around again from Dar es Salaam, the commentator Halima, who is right now only praying and praying and praying that Abdullah keeps on winning and winning and winning. She's such a fan of Tanzanian pool. And another of those very popular figures of African pool in general. She has very good hospitality and one of the most popular figures, at least for players. As popular as the shot, Abdullah has played now cue ball close enough to the red with choice to play it into the side pocket on the left, better still corner pocket bottom left. With the roll, with top spin for the cue ball to follow the red just a little bit. It will be natural for the black, portable to the corner pocket bottom right. I don't know why he's talking all the time. Just roll the ball. Calm yourself, compose yourself, breathe in and out. Roll the ball. As long as he's on target, he will be okay. Here is the shot. He may surprise us by going for the side pocket, by the way. Goes for the side pocket, cue ball into yellow. That is very good use of the cue ball. He slid it off the yellow. Then it moved leftwards. Has the cue ball at a point where he would still love it if given chance to place the cue ball by hand. The Tanzanian is in business and getting even in more business and is winning another frame. It is fire for Abdullah. One of the better performances of his in the recent past. I am loving exactly what I'm seeing of him in the match. Abdullah Hussein, 13. Ishmael Mthethwa, 7. Rest to 21 for $3,000 US.
Tumeungana kwa wakati mmoja.
This time around, though Abdullah has been as good as Abdullah has been, he gets to break dry. A 6-frame gap is set up by the Tanzanian for the first time in the match. Of course, Ishmael can. He still can win the match. I'm sure he can, but whether he will, your guess is as good as mine. And we'll have to have a night's sleep, then come back tomorrow, try to do it again against the Ugandan Joseph Kasozi, who is just watching this match at the venue, looking at strengths and weaknesses of both players. He knows that he will have to take them on both. And remember, Abdullah was beaten by Kasozi twice in Dar es Salaam. In the last 3 weeks, Abdullah was beaten by Kasozi once in Kampala 2 years ago. Abdullah told Kasozi that should you beat me from Nairobi, I will follow you to Uganda again. Because Abdullah has traveled more than half of the distance between Dar es Salaam and Kampala, Kasozi's home city. The defense side of Ishmael's game comes into the foil again. Arrest to 21, $3,000 US. Abdullah Hussein 13, Ishmael Mthethwa 7. Umpire Julie, Ugandan Ishmael is now having big advantage in the frame, but Abdullah is making it difficult as he can. Ishmael may have to play, just have yellow to the top end of the table. In a position where I can put it now by connection, playing yellow into yellow. You get a feeling Abdullah will play red close to yellow to make it difficult for Ishmael at least to put by playing yellow into yellow. Whatever Ishmael is doing, even in the tactical side of play, Abdullah is matching him, and many times he's out matching him. Now wants to occupy another pocket with his own red Abdullah. He gets support, but with no intention to put. His supporters cheer him on, saying it's okay, Abdullah. This looks like a foul. Yes, a foul. It is. I want to think that finally, if Ishmael is to make a comeback, if he's to mount a big comeback, he has to start it now, because his opponent is starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. He needs to win, 8 frames? Ishmael needs to win 13 out of the remaining 20.
Wakenya ni wanetu sana. Yaani familia. Mtu yote akija kusumbua, sisi tunakuja kuokoa jahazi.
The end of the day, finally the fight for winning a frame after a long time in the match is going to be won by the South African. Maybe this one could be one of many frames he will be winning, maybe many of them in a row. That's the kind of stuff he has to produce just to stand a chance of winning the game. He will be putting black to the corner pocket, bottom left. He's going for power, of course, spotting with power. Now gets to win frame number 21. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ishmael 8 and Abdullah 13. And thank you for watching. Bobin Lovu. You seem to say that it's embarrassing for Ishmael. So no more, he's not yet lost his down, but not yet out. Kodakwashi, thank you for watching. You say Ishmael should not touch Caesar. He will not be touching Caesar. Caesar's management communicated that that match will not happen, understandably so, because Caesar has a trip to the UK on the 1st, and considering that today is the 26th, and the earliest flight from China to Uganda by the airline which moved him was on the 28th. Now, if you consider him on the 28th moving again from Uganda to Kenya, and then go back to Uganda, then proceed to China on the 1st, perhaps even move from Kenya to China, it just doesn't add up. To the United Kingdom, it doesn't add up. It will be risky when someone has something like the Ultimate Pool Championships UK coming up for them. 8 frames to 13. Abdullah is in the lead. And even when Ishmael pulls a frame or two back, Abdullah does not just get rid of the confidence. He seemingly needs the cue ball as rightwards as possible. Try and put the yellow, that is rightwards of them all, by rail drive to the corner pocket, bottom right. It's the will be problem ball of them 4 yellows left on the table. The one he's playing is to be played with the right spin, cue ball to be moved naturally rightwards into a red, and now has sight of the yellow that is frozen against the cushion. The chance comes big up for Abdullah to win this one. How good will he play? By rail drive, and then to ensure that he manipulates the cue ball well enough to pot another yellow. And the red that is close to the yellow he's trying to play does affect the movement of the yellow after the movement of the white, after contact with yellow. That's why he's taking all the time. He has to imagine a lot of stuff. Play the yellow well with rail drive, pot it. Then after contact between white and the cushion, ensure that he can pot yet another yellow. Also wary of the position of the black, not to play red into black. That was too much to think of and play too well all at the same time. The chance comes back for Ish to win yet another. He wants to play red off yellow at the side pocket on the left. Off yellow. Yellow is in as well, but that will be okay for Ishmael. The fewer the balls of your opponent when you have more, the better your option of playing safe if you need so. But of course, he will not be playing any safeties here. Frame is finishable and Ish is going for a finish. With a little backspin, cue ball moves close to the top end of the table. Maybe the red that is near the side pocket on the right will be played last. That is just me assuming that Ishmael will be playing all other reds left on the table and will be potting them. If he is able to come back here, it will be a very special performance. He's one of Africa's gambling machines on the pool table. Professional player, most especially when there is money involved. That is his game. When you put him in the middle of a money match, you are like putting a monkey in the forest in its natural habitat. There is a reason as why he calls himself and is called by others as diehard. Wants to play and play and play. And his play is very competitive and is winning yet another frame, wanting to put red to the side pocket right, then black corner pocket bottom left for what will be the third frame he will be winning out of the last four. He had a 6-frame cushion just momentarily ago. That cushion is now being cut to 4, with him winning yet another frame against Abdullah after 22 frames in a race to 21. It's Abdullah Hussein 13 and Ishmael Mthethwa 9. The break in frame number 23 by Abdullah has gotten him to pot 1 yellow. Of course, he's going for the yellows. Too palatable to lose, to not to pot them, most especially given the yellow that is packed at a corner pocket bottom left. It makes his frame finishable. And he's playing it for a table closing shot, a little bit of a suspect decision. He's getting himself snookered at least. He does survive the scare. It's such a fast table cloth, this one. In this movement, I really thought he was getting himself snookered. There has been a miss, a very big miss. This one could be so costly. I just have a feeling it was wrong of him to close the table by playing the easiest ball and putting it, because there are other options which were as well finishable. And the yellow that he used to close the table would have been, in that case, an insurance ball. He's losing his pattern, Ishmael. He has to be advised better that he's doing so against the exact wrong fella. A fella that has been in so many situations in the same exact point where he is, and in many of them he has recovered and come out victorious. Ishmael with yet another. Of course, besides taking his score to 10 now, he will want to put Abdullah Hussein under as much pressure as possible.
Take your time. Take your time, bro.
Of course, he'll be playing first the red, which is parked at the corner pocket top left. Play it with backspin. Cue ball bounces off the left cushion, then moves all the way bottomwards. He has sight of both reds left on the table, but he's conditioned to play connection red into red. He must get the connection right. He uses little power, too much precision.
This game knows you.
Amidst chanting fans in his favor, with the Tanzanians now being silenced by Ishmael, the South African is still in frame number 24 after a very big chance that was utilized very much by Abdullah. It is now Ishmael potting black and getting himself into double figures for the very first time in the match, dear viewers. Ishmael 10 and Hussein 13.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I trust you. Correct. Correct.
Correctamente.
Let them appeal. Let them appeal.
Make them want to rematch.
That is your game now, bro. You know.
Shot. Hey.
Yes. Iko sawa, iko sawa. Make sure. Make sure. We want to kill him, but you know.
We are killing him.
Make sure.
Killing them.
Sorry for the little internet glitch on Break and Finish Live. I hope that you are now covered and sorted fully. Once again, from wherever you're watching, today we have this big money match where Nairobi is now the center of attraction for African pool. This time around, these are not official tournaments, it is professional gambling. That one I have to add, have to be clear. With the players, with their respective management teams coming together to agree to have competitions between two players and then having the winners go away with the entire pot. Now, as for this match, Tanzania's Abdullah Hussein donning black some green and yellow, together with his management team that are snipers all the way from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and then Ishmael Mthethwa from South Africa, and his management of the day, that is JAMLOCK, the venue that are hosting us. They did agree to have this money match with each side staking $1,500 US dollars, which they submitted to me and gave me permission to give it whoever of the two will be the first player to 21 frames. That means a maximum of 42 frames to be played to determine a winner. And of them, we have had 23 played to completion, with the Tanzanian leading by 13 frames to 10. In a race to 21, Ishmael needs to win 11, while Hussein needs to win 8 out of the remaining 18. That is including this one.
Can I send this to you? Can I let me take one when you're just looking at it?
And thank you for watching. And those that are watching the Break and Finish Live Facebook page, Peter Chove Live YouTube, Mushana Pool Club YouTube, as well as Rock and Shoot Blitz Facebook. It's a channel run by fellow streamer and commentator Evans Okacha, who is missing in action. And I know that from wherever you're watching Evans, I just think it is in.
Come on, man. Come on, we know you. We have to separate boys from men.
Somewhere in Western Kenya. But we are representing you as best as we can. And guys, it is 13 frames to 10. Abdullah is in the lead, but has to be a very worried guy, because about 30 minutes ago, the Tanzanian was leading by 6 frames. Now his lead is cut to 3. And there is a whole of 18 frames to play. It's more than enough game time for Ishmael to cover up. He's so experienced, most especially him in his own territory, the gambling territory, and could be winning another. And will be winning another. We'll want to put the last red on the table, I believe, to the corner pocket bottom right. If you are watching from Facebook, it is the corner pocket top left, and then black to the side pocket top for what will be his 11th out of 23. The pot of the black will be the easiest of them all. Ish versus the black for the chance to mount a comeback. And yes, it's in. Dear viewers, the second time out of the match, as requested by Ishmael, by Abdullah, and as granted by umpire Julie, with the score to Ishmael 11, Abdullah Hussein 13, race to 21. Simu kwa hadisi.
And Ishmael forces a timeout.
That's Ian.
Yeah. The Mazambani.
And the company, Julie the cube. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. That's my
Something like that. That's
What squad was choose or what?
With Uganda.
Come on, Lighty. Come on, Lighty.
Maliza game.
Si Facebook.
Nimekuja mkuu.
For them, like 90% of Facebook. Why not YouTube? Why don't they like YouTube? They are Facebook group. They just love their Facebook. Or maybe their Facebook has free internet. It's cheap. There are bundles where you buy a bundle, they give you free Facebook as long as that bundle is on.
Time in there, viewers. 23 frames played. The lead of the Tanzanian Abdullah has been narrowed, and I have to say that Ishmael is worryingly close. This ongoing frame will give us an answer as to whether timeout for Abdullah was effective or not. Also, very easy to point out that after going for timeout, perhaps before going for timeout, Ishmael has changed his game plan. He has gone defensive, and Abdullah must match him in the defensive aspect of play. Of course, the whole of the experience of Ishmael alerting him that he needs all of the aspects of his game to stand a chance of taking on Abdullah, who for the first half of the match was a much better player with much better patterns and was way more clinical. A big shot, this one. Abdullah having to roll yellow against the rail to the corner pocket top right. Cue ball into other yellows. He has unfortunately gotten red frozen against the yellow and has made the manipulation of this pattern now a little too difficult for his liking. He's a little out of sorts. Of course, he's in full sight of just one of three yellows left on the table. Portable to the corner pocket. Top. All right, if you're watching from YouTube, but it's top right. If you're watching from Facebook, gets to play yellow into yellow and gets support and gets to recover so well. Benefit of his body size, but knows how to manipulate it well to his advantage. You see a very full stretch, very big backspin, and we'll be having at least some sight of the last yellow on the table. I'm not so certain it can pass into the side pocket on the right. If it can, then he perhaps will be winning the frame. If it can't, he perhaps will be losing the frame. As Ishmael waits, hoping for a miss. Hussein waits, hoping to play and pot. Critical shot, this one. Will he put? The aim is for the side pocket. It's in. Cue ball off the cushion. Full sight of the black. The rest is a formality. Of course, the very deep sigh of relief from Abdullah Hussein is in order. And after big pressure that the South African Ishmael was perhaps getting on the verge of one frame of Ishmael, Dar es Salaam and Dodoma and Arusha can for now relax their nerves because the lead is getting back to 3 frames, and after coming from timeout, Abdullah Hussein onto the table by break and finish wins frame number 24. Hussein 14 and Ishmael 11 race to 21. Dog City has just stepped into the venue, perhaps to watch the last bits of action in the match. Silvano Weru, former Kenyan international, we just call him SLV. Ibra Sejemba. All the snipers team that did trouble, Joseph Kasozi, are all enjoying the match. And Abdullah must be as good as he was from the onset. Every time Ishmael now gets to break a frame, he just breaks it. Not to have a good split of the balls, he just aims not to foul. He knows that this Tanzanian guy can more than match him on the offensive side of the game, and Ishmael has clearly been winning majority of the frames that have been slow-paced and tactical.
Kachoka tayari, kachoka, fight. Haya, ziba mdomo. Next one. Yeah!
For once, Abdullah plays not to pot. Of course, Ishmael will play yellow right against the rail, try to play it again not to pot as well. Of course, he's not potting, he's just leaving it packed and occupying that corner pocket in full. For Abdullah, he wants balls in as much space as possible. That is where he operates best. For Ishmael, he wants as little space as possible between balls. Another ball to be played into space. Ishmael stands up, Abdullah tells him, sit down, it's not your turn. Also communication between the players that red is not frozen against the cushion. Safety played by Abdullah. Ishmael responds to safety with another safety of his own. Safety play by Abdullah. Even more safety play by Ishmael. Frame number 25 upon us. After this one, it will be 16 more. And of those, Abdullah will need to win 7. Hello? Yes, please. Evans. Evans. Just went off. Like it doesn't have battery or something. Gotcha. Yes, sir. I'm fine, sir. How are you? I'm here enjoying Machakos with Nakwana. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Nice hearing from you. Yeah. Just Del Monte. Yeah. Amekwama. Thank you.
Simba ni wangapi?
All right.
Amekwama.
Tena ulinzi gani?
Yeah. Okay.
Take your time.
Everyone is buying me Del Monte. Sister.
Fight, hakuna haraka, fight.
So we want to buy you. Yes. So send, I think, either your number or my number.
Nimekuelewa ulipokaa.
Send our number. That's our number. Kindly get me Del Monte and small match. Small one.
Nani? Peter.
You have big one. It's okay. Yeah.
For how long will they do this? When is negative play?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
She should want them.
At that point, you need to warn them that tell them if they do it.
If they play 5 more shots without putting a ball, that is negative play. We need
Not
that.
intending to play, it's a still. And dear viewers, looks like the umpire Julie will be having some communication to both players. Of course, it is negative play at play here. She has just told them if they do it thrice more, that is play with no intention to put, then she will be calling a stalemate. And now that Ishmael plays, I'm not so certain he intended to play. That one will be the umpire's call. Of the two players, the one that will not want the stalemate is of course Ish, because the yellows are positioned clearly better than the reds, irrespective of the fact that the reds are less on the table. Off the cushion, Abdullah finds the red. Of course, the reason why it is too much in what's touch because of the position of a red that is right in front of Ishmael's yellow. Now there's a tempting shot where he can play yellow, packed at the corner pocket bottom left, with backspin with the right motion with the cue ball, play it into the red that is close to the yellow, and play the yellow in space, just like that. I'm not so certain how effective it is. The shot lacked a little power. He needs to recover and needs it big. 14 frames to 11. Abdullah Hussein leading against Ishmael Mthethwa, racing to 21 for 3,000 US dollars. And it has been very special listening from my friend, partner in crime, Evans Okacha. Who is either watching from Kisumu, most likely Kakamega, and is just sponsoring my drinks, as soft as they are. I just drink what Abdullah is saying drinks, nothing more. Again, tempting for Ishmael to put and play the cue ball into the yellow and red. Maybe this is the time that he has to do it. This time round it has to be effective. It's the shot that could either win him or lose. And there was a momentary loss of video for the YouTube stream. Please accept our apologies. Now we're good to go. It is 14 frames to 12. The lead that was at one time a 6-frame lead for Abdullah has been cut by 2 by Ishmael.
Very nice. Kabisa. Mafuta imechemka sasa.
Now, from my initial assumption, I thought this was a match that could be done in about maybe 3 hours. But it has already been played for more than 2 hours, and I don't think 1 hour is enough because of the tactics of Ishmael. Of course, this is a big game. You can't blame anybody for applying any tactics that they believe will help them win the match. Such matches are won first in the mind before being played in the body. The mind game of Ishmael is strong even in safeties. Time, Abdullah responds to safety with safety. Ishmael says he's snookered. Umpire Julie permits him to play off the cushion. Off the cushion and another cushion into the yellow.
There you have it. Just one shot is enough. No, men don't do one shot. 3 shots is about. Men don't do one shot.
Of course, he'll play with the intention not to pot. Just plays the yellow a little into the black. Now it's a chance, a real chance, this one, for Abdullah to finish, because the cue ball is just there for Abdullah to pot 1 red, and once he does pot red, which is in the middle of the 3 reds close to cue ball, the other 2 remain in space. And look at the yellow at that corner pocket. There is some space between it and the jaw for Abdullah to pass any of the other reds. That's why he's playing to pot and to make sure. He knows Ishmael lost it a little in his defensive play. And Abdullah is the guy that has been really going for the game and has another chance to go for yet another. He does not want Ishmael to get worryingly close to make it 13-14. That was so worrying for Abdullah, for a guy of Ish's experience. to come within 1 frame, and yet they are about just under 15 frames to play. Could pot black prematurely here. That is quite lucky. He did exactly what he intended, but it was so close to a very fatal mistake. And Ishmael knows that after that, the frame is Dula. And we'll be putting the last red on the table. It is cuttable. The cue ball naturally is played into the yellow, and it remains as safe can be. And the rest is a formality. The kind of black Dula is playing. I normally say even Francis Mokwekwe can pot. Abdullah, Hussein 15, and Ishmael Mthethwa 12 after 27 frames. Race to 21. Ish needing to win 9. Dula needing to win 6 out of the remaining 15. It's perhaps 14 frames to go. We have to be sure who owns the break. The umpire says, Ishmael, it is your break. He will use as little power as possible. He will want the splits to be as little as possible. He's leaving the table open. Is just ensuring that he doesn't have a good split of the balls, make it as difficult as it can be for Dula to take the frame away with ease. Of course, it is some kind of cowardice that I have to say. It is some kind of surrendering that man, in terms of the offensive side of the game, you are outmatching him. Of course, Ishmael has been the better tactician. It is just the previous frame that he played too much defense but did not get to win. Bobby Ndovo, thank you for watching. I'm not appreciating Ish's game plan. The game plan is tactic ahead of technique. He's playing a lot in the mind. He wants the frame to be as tight as possible, where he needs to outthink his opponent. He's trusting his brain more than his hands. It is that simple. Here we go. This is critical shooting here as Ishmael pots. I doubt that he will play to pot this time round. He has turned himself now quite unpredictable. He plays to occupy corner pocket with his yellow. Our location, dear viewers, is JAMLOCK Sports Bar and Restaurant. You are watching a professional gambling match between Ishmael Mthethwa and Abdullah Hussein of Tanzania. Ish is South African. The Tanzanian is the guy that is having a 15 frame lead. The worth of the match is $3,000 US. It can go either way. Abdullah needs to match exactly what Ishmael is doing. He just doesn't have to lose consecutive frames, and that will be enough for him to win, as long as they share the remaining frames. In a race where Ishmael has decided to change tactics, simply play defense throughout the course of action. As long as it is his break, he will no longer be splitting the balls very much. Of course, Abdullah will be worried of the yellow and red piled up together close to the black, which make his own ball a dead ball. He's being supported so fondly. He goes for the corner pocket. His intention was to play the cue ball into those yellows and black, which didn't exactly work out, but at least he has spotted a very critical ball. And he could go for this one, because if he puts the red to the side pocket on the right, the red that is now in between the three that are rightwards is portable by connection to play red into red to the corner pocket bottom left. If he leaves it at an angle where he can open up another, then he can go for the frame. He's perhaps choosing even better. Play two reds and put them to the side pocket on the right. It has a relatively big cut on it between white and red, and will be playing the cue ball into the yellows of Ishmael. He puts the wrong ball in attempting to split up the frame. It was a little too unfortunate that the Tanzanian has spotted white, and the frame is now heavily poised in favor of the South African, who is playing yellow into red for a free shot with the aim to put red, which is parked at the corner pocket bottom. If you're watching on Facebook, it is the corner pocket on the left, perhaps on the right. Just around same time tomorrow, it will be Ishmael taking on Kasozi. Thereafter on Saturday and Sunday, it will be two rematches of both games that were happening, including this and tomorrow's. Even more reason for you to keep awake, to keep us company. The Tanzanian players traveled a very long distance. You can check on your map, distance between Dar es Salaam and Nairobi. They started their journey yesterday morning and only arrived in Nairobi this morning. It is that far. There has been a foul.
Don't worry.
With Abdullah Hussein, at least in body language and facial expression, seemingly out of sorts. Another chance for Ishmael to win yet another frame. To make it 13 out of 28, he has every chance. For a few shots, he's playing Abdullah's red. He may want to play it dead off the cushion, close to yet another cushion. Not a dead ball, it is left in space, but for Ishmael, it won't matter much because all he needs is to finish his own yellows and then the black and then win the frame and then come within one more of his opponent, Abdullah. Now the red close to black, sorry, it is the yellow close to black, portable to the side pocket on the right. The cue ball to follow the yellow just a little, and the two yellows to be potted to the same corner pocket bottom left. It's perhaps the top left cushion. This one seems gone. Abdullah got a very, very big chance of winning the frame, a chance that he really misused, and he knows that Ishmael will not be letting him back on the table again. He will be potting black and will be recording a 13th, and this time around again Ishmael's tactics pay off in the battle. It is Ish 13 and Dula 15.
I want to shop alive.
Yes, Podge.
How are you, my brother?
I'm all right, my brother.
There's something I keep telling people.
All right.
The reason why this guy is called Dehad, you're a pool historian and of anthropology of pool.
All right.
Is it those moments why Ishmael proved himself, why he's called diehard? He never dies because the gap was so big.
The gap was so big. It was 6 frames at one time, actually 7 frames at one time. Now it is just 2, and those 2 can as well disappear in thin air. You can see Dula is kind of out of sorts.
And tell me, I've been watching Dula's races in Tanzania against Kasozi and other top players. And apparently, Dula is not a strong player on the finishing the home stretch.
Yes,
it's very weak on the sprint.
Very well, but at the business end of the game, that is sometimes when he loses his pattern. It's something that his management needs to work on.
Could this history repeating itself in this race?
I'm afraid for him. I have to say I'm afraid for him. But I'm not saying he's losing. He still can win. Maybe he needs another timeout or something. Because even when he went for timeout, he's just not having his mind in one place. You can see it all over his face when he's playing. Also, some of the shots he's losing, you know that something is not well in his mind.
And apparently the Tanzanians, there are so many, almost 15, 16 Tanzanian top players that were here. They are making a lot of noise, but apparently they're very quiet.
They are very quiet.
Probably they know the story of Dula and long races.
Dula and long races, exactly.
All right. Now, tell me, I've seen so much contingent of Tanzanian players. Apparently, Kenya is converging. Maybe they're waiting only for the Zambians and the Zimbabweans to come.
There's one Zambian coming. That is Rohit Kabwe.
Okay.
One Malawian.
Okay.
Kamau, Stanford Ginte.
All right.
And then hopefully, I know the rumor that Michana could be throwing in a big 16-man comp. And also other money matches that are coming. So Nairobi is the center of activity for African pool now. If you are not in Kenya, be in Kenya at least online. Wow. Another frame has been won by Ishmael, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
For the first time since the first frame, the lead of the Tanzanian is just 1 frame. The only time that Hussein was leading with only 1 was after 1 frame played, when the score was 1-0. As I speak, as we go into frame number 30, it is Ishmael Mthethwa 14 and Abdullah Hussein 15 race to 21. On the YouTube stream, Adam Agaba is asking when Caesar is playing Ishmael. It will not be anytime soon because Caesar's management team could not get a flight. There is no. He went with Egyptian Air, and the earliest flight that comes from China to Uganda, because they couldn't book a new flight. They could only change the date for their original flight, and the earliest flight from China, where Caesar currently is, was on the 28th. And considering that his flight to the UK is on the 1st, there's no way he can come from China on the 28th, perhaps reach his country on the 29th, then proceed to Kenya, then play, and then go to the UK on the 1st. It just doesn't happen that way. So the matches involving Caesar and Ishmael for now are off. But the two could face off later in the year. Who knows? For now, Ishmael is taking on Hussein now. So out of sorts is the Tanzanian. It's written all over his body. And if he doesn't win, this one will be a very painful defeat. And the other players want a piece of him, and notably the Ugandans, Ibra and Ian. They just said they've had too much of Ishmael. They are tired of facing the same guy, and they feel that it is very relieving that they now have other guys with whom they can have matches. And that is the Tanzanian contingent that also has Amadeus, Saif, Jackson, and Sami. And the Alo Stores on the YouTube stream asking something about the umpire. The umpire is a player. Only today she's doing umpiring duties. Also back in her country, Uganda, she's a player. She's as well having a tour of Kenya. She has so far played 3 money matches against some of the better Kenyan players and has so far won them all. Today she was meant to have another match at the venue, and then the match was called off. Will be rescheduled between herself and PR. That's perhaps why she was chosen, because she does some officiation back at home, and of course she was free, and of course the benefit of neutrality, that neither she is South African nor is she Tanzanian. (15-14) frame number 30. As tactical can be.
Yes.
Abdullah will have to match Ishmael's defense play, at least in this frame, or else we will be having level scores for the first time in the match. If Ishmael wins this ongoing frame, it will be an official race to 6 for $3,000 that we'll be having shortly. Judge Ndungu is asking if the umpire is single. The answer is no, she's not. If you watched the match between the match where Kayanja Ibra had started someone with +7 and then lost, I did stream it about 3 weeks ago on this very page. You know the story. Emmanuel Mzengedede asking if Fikoti is coming. There's no confirmation that Fikoti is coming, but who knows? He only wants confirmation of matches that has not yet been done. But if there is confirmation, he could come.
And Chobe?
Yes.
I've just confirmed with the director of this place,
Simba
Nimoja. He's saying he's ready to do the Super 16 amongst the Tanzanian, the Ugandan, the Malawian, the Zambians, and the South African players who are available, and the Kenyan players. At the same time, saying even a team event he can do. So
yeah, because
I hope they'll do the acts together, the players.
Yes, a Super 16 non-comp will be so beautiful. It will have players from about 5 countries.
All right.
And then a team event, of course the Tanzanians, the Ugandans are now 5 again after Kasozi coming. And then if we can have 2 Kenya teams, then we can have a semi-final and a final, and it will be very joyous to watch.
What about this interesting dimension, the African players who have gone to Nigeria? They could also come on Nigerian side. Jinta will be playing for Nigerian, and apparently
like big kills.
Ganda will be playing a big kills.
Is Ganda coming here?
No, it's not confirmed, but I'm trying to say, supposing they came together.
If they came, then we could have a very
Nigeria.
Yes, they could play as big kills, because big kills has now he can raise a full team of players for himself.
Oh, he's a top. There's a promoter. Who is this guy? Big Kells. Maybe
you are going to see him here in the next 2 days.
He'll be around,
and he will meet you. And he will be he'll want to meet that Podge who was asking about him.
All right, I'll interview him.
Yeah,
I'm a very strong interviewer.
Yeah.
I'll interview him.
And you'll have to tell him that you had started with Ishmael by Ishmael plus 16 and still lost.
I don't fear losing. In life, you lose sometimes, you win sometimes. Like you just lost to me. Can you confirm to the viewers that I beat you?
You beat me, sir.
Yes.
You can celebrate till morning. (15-14) for understandable reasons. This is a very, very, very slow frame. Both of these guys love it so much. It is the one for Ishmael that will confirm his comeback complete, because the scores will be level for Hussein. He does not want Ishmael to be at level par with him. He's just getting to play some of the reds to safety. And disappointingly, the red almost got back to the same position it was before the last shot was played. Maybe at some point the umpire may as well come in to remind the players that they have to play, they have to pot balls as well. JAMLOCK Sports Bar and Restaurant, our venue. Ishmael, South Africa versus Abdullah, Tanzania, our opponents. 21, the rest, $3,000 the pot. 15-14 the current score. The frame is almost finally open, most especially for Ishmael to take the frame and equalize for what will be the very first time in the match. His positional play of the cue ball can sometimes mean to be very worth looking at. And should he win this match, especially after the big fight he's putting up, you will see the mother of celebrations here. He just pumps himself up. Whatever he does is being celebrated by the Kenyans. Of course, he's now Kenyan managed. And the Kenyans, inspired by Ishmael, have now silenced the Tanzanians almost entirely. What he needs is to spot the yellow, avoid contact between white and red as it moves close to black. No contact between white and red. It may contact the pocket. Yes, it does. Maybe it could be a sign of destiny. And as far as where the match is headed, it was so close to being an equalizer for Ishmael. Now it is even closer to Abdullah Hussein having a 2-frame lead. He will want to play ready into red by connection, put one red to the side pocket on the right, and with the back spinning of the cue ball, and misses. He's just out of sorts, but this time he just survives, while Ishmael has sight of the black. In a straight shot, it is not portable anywhere. Even the sharpest of cuts will not have it into the side pocket, but wants to play it off the right cushion. He almost did something very special, but it is not special enough. The chance, call it half a chance for Abdullah. He has to compose himself here. May want to pot and then play the cue ball into another red. He's just potted normally. At one point in the match, he needs the cue ball at the top end of the table, where the would be bird of the 4 reds is positioned now. A live streaming of this action is at Rock and Shoot Blitz YouTube, Peter Chebe Live YouTube, Mchana Pool Club YouTube, as well as Break and Finish Live Facebook. And is rightly leaving a cut between white and red. It is only natural that the cue ball, if he puts red, moves the entire length of the table topwards, where he exactly needs it. Here is the shot. Yes, he puts. White is playing the entire length of the table. This will be okay. Just the Tanzanian fans will be celebrating this. This one will be some kind of confidence booster for Abdullah if he does get to win. It will be so devastating if he lost. If Ishmael had equalized now, if Ishmael is to equalize, maybe it will be later in the match, because now Abdullah has the easiest spot of the black, which will assist him get to the magic figure 16, because after 16 he now needs to win 5 frames of play out of the remaining 12 to confirm victory. Abdullah Hussein 16, Ishmael Mthethwa 14, 2 minutes timeout. Hussein.
Come on, Hussein.
A maximum of 11 frames to go, including this one. One thing you may quickly observe is the difference in breaking style of the players. Abdullah wanting the break to be as big as possible. Ishmael wanting the break to be as minimal as possible for him, as long as he doesn't foul, as long as there are two balls that cross. He wants a pile up of reds and yellows and black at the black spot as big as possible. We are seeing failure by Abdullah to close the table. We are seeing a chance by Ishmael to take another. It is one of those moments where the yellows are free, the table is open, but the incoming player will never ever go for the yellows. Especially because of the yellow that is in front of three reds that occupy the area around the corner pocket bottom left. Machakos County, our venue, JAMLOCK Sports Bar and Restaurant. Machakos is the county, sorry, JAMLOCK is the venue. Entry is absolutely free. Action in Nairobi, I expect it to happen even busier than it has been for the last 2 weeks that has been on. This time it's going to be even busier because there are a lot more players. For the past 2 weeks, it has been someone playing against Ishmael. Today, from today and on, it is going to be different players against each other, against one another. 4 Ugandans, 5 Tanzanians, and then 1 South African diehard. Now this one should be big for Abdullah. Of course, he'll be playing the yellow that is rightward of the two, wanting to put it to the corner pocket bottom right, with top spin for the cue ball to follow the yellow all the way. He needs full sight of the will be remaining yellow on the table, the one that is in between 5 reds. Not only does he need to play the shot right, at one point he has to put that yellow, the dead yellow again. For those that have been having issues in the audio, please accept our apologies. Otherwise, we are having a race to 21 between Ishmael Mthethwa of South Africa and Abdullah Hussein of Tanzania, racing to 21 for $3,000 US. Amidst the fear of not knowing what is happening next, amidst a match that has been having a lot of unforced errors, but also lots of clearances, lots of drama, lots of very good breaks and very bad breaks, and defensive breaks and offensive breaks, and everything that there is to happen in a match of this magnitude. South Africa's Ish has a chance to equalize for yet another time. Only once have the scores been level, when it was perhaps 15 frames, 16 frames over. But it's going to be level scores again. You get a feeling the diehard will want to put yellow to the corner pocket top right, then black to the corner pocket side right for what will be his equalizing frame. Backspin moves the keyboard leftwards just like that. Couldn't have been played it any better than that. Everybody knows, including Abdullah himself, that this frame is won by Ishmael. The majority of the crowd are an Ishmael crowd. 36 frames played, Ishmael 18, Abdullah Hussein 18. Race to 21, 5 frames to go. Here we are, with Hussein getting to break big, putting one red. This is a test now of Abdullah Hussein's mental character. Of course, I want to believe that his team that are snipers have always been cancelling him. He's a very good player, I don't doubt. But somehow, in many long races, as long as he doesn't lead big at the business end of the game, when he plays for 3 hours plus, he just loses it for whatever reason. And the table remains open. So, of course, the Tanzanian to play it is very tricky. Of course, he knows that if he doesn't go for the frame now, maybe his opponent will. He will play not to pot. He leaves it for Ishmael to decide which color he'll want to play. Which color do you think he may have to go with, Poj?
Red balls looks very nice. I think he'll go for the red balls, but only if he's sure of one pot. If he's sure, but I think Ishmael will try to hold it a little bit for just one more time.
There's going to be another frame that will take the whole night. About 2 frames have been played. Very slow, maybe 3, maybe 4 actually, quite more.
But we've said it severally in this session. We said it severally that in these touch scenarios, Ishmael is one of the strongest players.
In his own league here.
Yeah, this one is like...
Which other touch players in Africa do you know that are masters of the touch game?
Must be a Zambian or a Zimbabwean.
It's mostly Zimbabwe. Do you know the guy called Nkoli Matang?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you know Moses Mafia?
Oh, Mafia is a good friend of mine. But then he beat me. You gave me a... Oh.
You give them to touch game and see.
What do you think?
He's just closed the table. He's playing yellows and can go for this one. It's a bit tricky, but yes, he can. He can. He surely can.
Yes, he has to make sure. He has to make sure because the red balls are also finishable. So any mistake will be a disaster for the young Tanzanian.
He will want to play
Touch.
this time around.
Nice touch.
And you can't blame him for that.
Yeah,
he just wants to be absolutely sure that whatever he's doing is safe enough for him.
If this is touch scenario, and this is specialty of Ishmael, if you can pull this one, then certainly I can call the race.
You can call the race for Ish. If he wins this one going frame. Actually, if he wins this frame, it will be the first time in the match South African will be in the lead. 18 frames apiece, a race to 21. That makes it a race to 3.
And the reason why, Chobe, the reason why I'm calling it, because now Hussein has pulled Ish to his speciality. So let's test whether he still remembers his speciality. Let's wait and see, because this is Ishmael's playground any day. But of late, I think the Tanzanian boy has also perfected a bit of touch, but we are just basing on the statistics on the ground. We are basing it on the scenarios we watch. We're basing it on so many fundamentals of the players. This touch scenario, it is normally Ishmael's specialty. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how he does it, because this is the first time he has a big chance to be in front. And if he goes front, I think he'll put the Tanzanian under big pressure, because if you look at those statistics, Hussein Abdullah has not been very good on international matches towards the end. He's been a bit vulnerable. So let's wait and see. This is now or never. He has to do it. He has no option. He has to do it. The Tanzanian Abdullah has to do it. He's one of the most experienced Tanzanian players. He's been top in Tanzania for quite a number of years. He's been the big name. He's gone to China. He's gone to Morocco. He's gone to so many places, South Africa, so many cities. He's been there. How about that? How that was shot, ladies and gentlemen? That is good. Good recovery from Hussein Abdullah. Ishmael ring the table. I think he's snookered. He just need to touch any of the red balls. Just touching will be enough. Because even those yellow balls, I doubt whether they're finishable. He just need to touch. He just need to touch. Yes. And he's done it so well. In my opinion, he's done it very well. Another touch from. Another touch. Oh, this is interesting. Chopping. Don't you think Ishmael can go for this ball now? Because he can go and connect that red ball towards the down pocket and then just go for the finish.
It's not possible. The red is almost touching the yellow. You must produce something special here, but it's a frame where, because of the situation at the corner pocket bottom right, I just have a feeling that Abdullah has somewhat a slight advantage. What Ishmael has in his favor is his mental strength at the end of such long races.
I said it. This is the tough of Ishmael over the years. And I want to tell you, if Ishmael pulls this one, don't blame me. I'm not a prophet, but I'll call it for Ishmael. If he can pull this frame.
If he can win this frame, of course he will be leading for the first time in the match.
Not about leading, but now he'll be in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, and Abdullah will be very disappointed in himself, most especially that sometimes his opportunities have been misused. On another day, he could already have won this race anyway. 18, dear viewers. Please keep us company for the next maybe 20 to 25 minutes. We shall clearly have a winner of this one. And tomorrow, it's going to be even more action. Either equally exciting, if not more, between Ish and Kasozi.
There's been a silent voice just next to us here. He's a good player, he's a live streamer, and he's a wonderful player. Jesse Mora, just give us your opinion
Jesse Maura is a very, very important figure in the Kenyan game, a streamer, a commentator, someone whom I look forward to in lots of the stuff I do, most especially here in Kenya. Please say something to the viewers. That is Break and Finish Mchana Pool Club, Break and Shoot everywhere. We are streaming to perhaps more than 2,000 people. Just say something. Anything that you want to say, you fully deserve it, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Already morning.
We are already in the morning of Friday.
Yeah.
So you should be talking about later tonight is where we shall be seeing Kasozi against Ishmael. What I can say is that I am very delighted to have lots of action coming from Kenya. It is
Kenya
a part.
is now the center of attraction.
Well, it has suddenly become the center of attraction due to effort a few individuals,
Yeah.
most notably James Odede of JAMLOCK Pool Club.
All right. Very important to note.
Also, another guy who is also very instrumental in the effort is JNM of Mchana Pool Club.
People just know him as chairman.
JNM,
Yeah.
chairman.
Yeah.
Those and also we cannot take it away from everyone else, even the players themselves, who have helped in making or rather elevating Kenya to the level at which it is right now. So mine is just to thank everyone, the fans, the players, the sponsors, everyone who has put some effort to see the game of pool growing in Kenya. Big up to you and continue enjoying and supporting the game.
I just want to thank you in particular for always giving us the game from Kenya. The other day you were in Nakuru. I was watching from home. The other day we were in Mombasa, and Nairobi is so big. You move all around the place just to ensure that that whatever good stuff that the players don't table, you always give it to us and in real time. I cannot thank you enough, Jesse.
Thank you so much, Shobe. Also, another thing you need to notice that in Kenya we have very quality tables, and I've just seen someone in the comment section saying that in Kenya you only need to give the specs of the table you want to play on, and it is purchased immediately.
Yeah.
Big up to JAMLOCK for having purchased the Optima black ball tables, just to satisfy the players' demands that they were not comfortable playing at JAMLOCK because of the tables.
These guys are playing on quality.
Very nice. So,
and it looks brand new. I hope I'm right.
Sure it is, and that goes without saying that the dedication is paramount. The efforts, the love for the game, it is evident in all aspects of the game in Kenya.
And in a way, it's also being reflected in the Kenyan national team. That is both ladies and men. For me, those two teams, the ladies and men, they are the most improved teams on the African continent, generally speaking.
Sure indeed.
And dear viewers, we are having at the right end of the match the Tanzanian on the verge of taking frame number 37 away to himself, wanting to put black to the side pocket on the right. He has to take a very deep breath, of course. Confidence, not exactly on his side because he's not leading for what is the very first time since the start of action. He gets to have a very big fight of a frame and has won the fight of the frame, at least of that frame. He's raising his hands in the air in content of what he has just done. Even the Tanzanian fans, like you can hear, they are telling him that you can win the 2 more frames that you need to take the victory to Dar es Salaam. It is Ishmael Mthethwa, guys, on 18, and Abdullah Hussein on 19 in a race to 21. There has been a scratch in frame number 39, perhaps frame number 38, and this one could be very, very, very wary. This is not where you get to break with a scratch. Ishmael having his hands on the table, contemplating a move, that could win him a very, very, very critical frame. If he wins this with his visit of the table, if he needs to win 1 out of 3, you get a feeling he can and surely can. For himself, for snipers, for Tanzania.
That was unfortunate indeed. Just when he needed the break. Just when he needed the break right. Oh, the gods decided otherwise. The pool gods decided otherwise. But that was unfortunate indeed for Ishmael's perspective.
And I want to believe that although Hussein has played so many money matches in Tanzania, he has taken on the likes of Jerry, has taken on the likes of Caesar, has taken on fellow Tanzanians, and then players from Zambia because of the influx of Zambian players into Tanzania. But if he wins this race, in my opinion, it will be the most special victory of them all. He's not in the Ishmael, Hussein, because he's not in the comfort of home. He's taking on a South African. He has not defeated the South African. He has lost to Ganda, I believe, twice when Jerry was in Tanzania about 3 years ago. He also lost to the likes of Caesar. So he has gotten some good results against Tanzanian players, especially he has 1 victory against Kelvin. Against Zambian players. 1 victory against Kelvin and 1 victory against Reid, which is just a few days ago. But this one, should he win, will be more special than all of them. Because of the fight, both for the fight that Ishmael has put up, and which fight in that case Hussein will have stopped somehow in the match, and of course for the fact that all the other races were either for $1,000 or $2,000 pot. Now it is $3,000 US. Real money. Those guys gave that money to me to be rich for just 4 hours.
It's Chobe Live. One thing I want to give an accolade to this Tanzanian Hussein, Abdullah, is his resilience. He never gives up. This guy is the type of person. He has played. I've watched him play so many matches. You beat him, he appeals. You beat him, he appeals until one day he accomplishes. It's been. It's commendable in terms of a fighter. He's a fighter. He's an example of fighting.
He's tailor-made for this kind of game.
Exactly.
Not exactly the tournaments where they just beat you race to 7 and you're done.
No, he never runs away.
He's tailor-made for this kind of thing.
I've never seen him running away.
And I'm telling you, even if he's not programmed to play today, but if someone wants another game after this, he'll play. Give them a game.
It's that time. But interestingly, Diehard is also the type of person who can play 3 races, 4 races in a night. Diehard Ishmael.
Diehard can play till sunrise.
No, those are they're made of steel.
Yeah.
They're made of steel. But back to this table. What is here? I think Ishmael, slight advantage. Ishmael has a slight advantage with the yellow balls. A slight advantage.
Sticky.
Just a slight advantage. Not really big, but a slight advantage.
Now that was good defense. What we're having is 2 corner pockets, one occupied by yellow, one occupied by red. Manipulate the situation in their favor will be taking the victory of the frame, but it's a very crucial frame. This one, as crucial as the last. If Ishmael doesn't win this, for me, I'll call it.
Yes,
I will call it.
You'll call it. And I agree with you very much, because I think Ishmael knows, with his experience, he knows it is now or never.
Now or never, he must win this frame. He has fought so hard to let go of the match at this point.
And technically, in this frame, it should do it. It should do it, because even for the viewers, it will be interesting to do a decider. They fought very well.
Yeah. They would love to see it a decider. Imagine all these people watching the live streams, and it started at 8, just after 8 p.m.
Oh, look at that! He's giving him a chance. Now he's going to do a holding shot. Just there, that's a shot he do. You just need to touch that ball. Or what do you think I'm gonna do? I'll touch the yellow ball next to the red ball down there.
Just to tap onto it and play.
Just to confuse the player a little bit, the opponent a little bit, and then coming down. I've got the red balls are not looking good. Yeah, he has to hold it, because these red balls down these sides are all potable and they're looking very good. So he has to hold it a little bit. He has to hold it.
He's taking all the time in the world.
He has to
just
do it.
make one. He knows that even the decision making can be very critical because he can no longer afford to give this frame away.
There's no
It's
option
like
for him.
one frame that is worth $3,000. Because sincerely, if Hussein wins it, then Ishmael having to win 3 frames in a row, that will not be easy whatsoever.
If there's a player, you know, we always say the Zimbabweans are very slow players. They can hold you and hold you and hold you and squeeze you and squeeze
Actually,
you.
Zimbabweans go for the game. It is just my good friend Sakala who, when he decides to hold the game, he will hold the game. I once streamed the rest to 15 between him and Ibra. They played for 6 hours.
Oh,
Yeah,
and who won?
in Blawayo. 15-14 Sakala won.
Who won?
Sakala 15-14.
What about the Zambians? Zambians are mafia.
When the Zambians, for them, the touch game is like in their blood. Nowadays they go for the game. Of course, Kelvin is none of that. Victor nowadays just goes for the game. Mafia can go for the game, but when he decides to play touch, he touches until you get rid of him. There could be a big shot here. Maybe red off cushion and off yellow into yellow direct. He's getting it as close can be to victory of the frame. He's taken a very deep breath. He's very contented what he has just done. He played well. He was also lucky. That won't matter. He'll have to put 2 reds to respective corner pockets, bottom right and then side pocket left. Black is there for the taking. Another frame going the way of the Tanzanians. I'm liking his composure despite the pressure. It's not just about pool, it's life in general. The ability to perform under pressure is what separates the men from the boys. Today, Abdullah at the business end of the match is proving to be a man. After all of so many near misses that he has gotten in many matches, this one is one where he's getting himself close to victory. He just rolled because what he will do is roll. Again, he will have to roll the black to the corner pocket, top left for himself, for snipers, for Tanzania. This is Abdullah onto the figure 20. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been leading for most of the match. Ishmael has been coming back for again most of the match successful. But at the business end of the match, Abdullah has again established a 2-frame lead. If the frame umpire Julie is rocking his one by Abdullah, it will be the very last in the match. 3 frames to go. Ish must win them all or else succumb to the loss of $3,000. If Abdullah Hussein somehow gets to win this frame, it will be one of the biggest victories in terms of non-official matches in his entire career, in terms of organized money matches. Yes, he got victory against Royd, very big player Royd. Yes, he has some victories against the likes of Kelvin, the likes of Saif, but beating Ishmael far away from home, the same day that he arrived into the country, having been the driver of an entire team bus for more than 24 hours, and then getting to be the first player on the table, to be a leader, to inspire a whole team to try and win different money matches against players from South Africa and Uganda. That will be quite special. How good will this shot be? He goes for the bank and fails big. A little advantage to Ishmael. JAMLOCK is pretty much full to capacity. But then the fact that their favorite is the guy that must win 3 frames in a row. And while he's seemingly intent on going for the frame, there is a yellow of Ishmael that is so close to the cushion on the left, on the right, sorry. Pretty much a frozen ball it is.
Come on, Ish, come on, Ish.
At one point, he has to play that yellow that is frozen against the right cushion.
Very slowly. Quickly. Quickly, fast. Slow.
Ishmael is getting himself closer to pulling one back. Because this is to get himself to the figure 19. Need to win 2 in a row. And then put Abdullah Hussein under pressure. And seemingly he will. To play with top spin, cue ball moves rightwards. As perfect as that. He simply has to roll the yellow close to white. Against the rail to the corner pocket, top right, cue ball to bounce off the right cushion just a little. And the yellow is in. Frame should be won by Ishmael. Cue ball, perhaps the chalk falling all over the place. You may want to put both yellow and black to the same corner pocket. Has to avoid contact between white and, oh no. That one could be detrimental somehow. And Abdullah snookers. A total snooker it is. Even the angle is snookered. For Ishmael to find the yellow, he must play off the right cushion with spin on the cue ball. It seems to be okay. And yes, it's okay. Finding the angle, putting the yellow. Celebrated by the Kenyans as though it is the winning shot of the match. The frame is won by Ishmael. The match is still alive for the South African. 19 frames to 20 viewers. 2 more frames to go at maximum. Both of which Ishmael must win or else lose the race, the match, and the money.
Play your game. Shut them up. Play your game. Play your game. Shut them up.
Another chance. This time even bigger for Ishmael. This is going to be the last time he is breaking a frame in the match. If he wins it, this ongoing frame, then the decider shall be broken by Abdullah. But what a break it has been. Raises a lot of game reading questions because for most of the match he was breaking defensive, and yet at the decisive time of the match, he's breaking offensively. The table remains open. After Ishmael not potting the yellow. If Abdullah Hussein can get one yellow in, he will be going for the frame and wants to go for it, playing yellows. Yellow into yellow by connection, misses as well. He could pot, hold on. The table is closed. Drama right at the end of the battle. Tempting shot. The yellow closes to the cue ball. If played well, trying to put it to the corner pocket, the right. In the same shot, the cue ball could be played into the red that is close to the yellow near the side pocket right. Maybe play the yellow he's looking at now to the corner pocket bottom right, then the cue ball into the red close to the yellow, perhaps into the yellow itself, but must be on target. This is a shot could be very big, very detrimental, very not really. The fact that he has not spotted the ball, though he has packed one, But if you look at the position of the cue ball, close to the red. Now that red is passable to the corner pocket, bottom right, where Abdullah has his yellows. That's what puts this frame in the balance, delicately poised for either of the players, as the Kenyan fans chant Ishmael on, asking him to take all the time he has in the world. Plays red and puts red. Movement of the cue ball is for him to play red, which is leftwards of them all. Clearly, he will not want to pot this one. Never will he try to pot. He'll want to occupy the pocket with red, and yes, he does.
Jamini, tulivu tu. Wewe ni mwanaume, Jamini.
As though you want to play combination. Successful combination. That is too brave. You don't risk that big. When the risk comes off, it makes you a big player yourself. Big is Abdullah, with the nerves of steel at the business end of the match. How good will the cue ball be? Now this is so good, as he puts the yellow. That is topwards of them all. If he plays it with backspin, the cue ball could be played into the red. That has so big proximity to the yellow to open up the frame, try and take Ishmael down and take him down now. The idea, cue ball into the yellow. It is open. Finishable frame. That's a $3,000 shot by the Tanzanian. He now wants to put both yellows to the corner pocket, bottom right. The black is there for the taking. This one has to be played with precision, not to this position. The yellow that is packed. He was not precise enough. And I can say that Ishmael survives, at least for now. Abdullah wants to play snooker hide white behind yellow into yellow. It looks like a foul. The umpire says the shot is legal. I'm not even certain it was touching yellow or not. The players agree the shot is legal. Ishmael is snookered. If he doesn't find the red, he will have played his last shot in the match. He must find red somehow, and must find it. If he doesn't pot, leave the cue ball somewhere where Abdullah doesn't pot with any kind of ease. This one is the moment of truth. He could be winning. That is, Ishmael could be losing this match now. Off the cushion, finds the red, does not pot. There is every chance that the South African may have played his last shot of the match. For Abdullah to pot with backspin, has to make sure, has to calm himself down, has to be composed, has to be on target as he aims for one final time, one big shot to win one big match. It's in. Celebrations are in order in Dodoma, in Dar es Salaam, in Namanga, in Arusha, in Singida, as Abdullah Hussein sips water for one last time for what will be one of the most renowned money match victories of his career. For most of the match he has been leading. Ishmael has been fighting, but Hussein has been responding to the fight and is winning the fight and is potting the black and is winning the match. After all the fights, all the drama, all the emotion, victory is for Abdullah.
Thanks, Abdullah. That was a good match. Eh? Thank you. But you were leading. What went wrong? You were leading with 7 frames. Then 16-16.
Yeah, I read, but I play with Ishmael. Ishmael is a good player.
Yes.
As you see, he play good. That's why he came back.
Now you have Ishmael rematch.
Yeah.
You have Kasozi. You have other Ugandans. Can we expect more games from Dula?
Yeah, I have a lot of game here, but I have 5 games with Ishmael consistent.
5 games.
5 game only with Ishmael.
And I heard that if Kasozi beats you, then you go with him to Kampala. You beat him there.
Yeah. I tell him after beating him in Tanzania.
Yeah.
I tell him I come even Uganda or Kenya. I follow you anywhere.
Yeah.
So now I want to finish with Ishmael first because I have 5 games with Ishmael. When I finish with Ishmael, I'm going to play with Ibra Sajemba.
Ibra Sajemba.
Yes.
That is good. Congratulations. Eh?
Thank you.
I have your money.
Thank you.
Hivi kaka, mbona uambii wa Tanzania kitu?
Kwanza niwapongeze wa Tanzania na niwashukuru kwa sapoti. Niko mbele yao, wako nyuma yangu.
Waonyeshe hela yako hiyo.
Nimpongeze rais wangu ambaye amenifanya leo niko hapa. Maana bila yeye nisingekuwa hapa.
Rais wako mtaje kwa jina.
Yeah, Mr. President Wilfred Makamba, rais wa Tanzania, rais wa chama cha Tanzania, my president. Ndio meneja wangu, ndio rais wangu, he's my everything. Yeah, so
nashukuru sana kaka. Hivi umesema kwamba tutarajie michezo mingine kati yako na Ishmael. Kuna michuano mitano uliyosema.
Hata tulikubaliana game 5 mimi na Ishmael tutacheza race 5. Tutacheza race 5, race 21 mara 5 consistency.
Kama itaongezeka ama ni hiyo 1000.
Whatever, I'm ready kwa more amount au ikiwa the same amount is fine kwa mimi. Niko tayari na nimekuja kwa ajili yake.
Neno la mwisho? Neno la mwisho kwa mashabiki.
Neno la mwisho, na washukuru fans wangu kwa kunisupport. Thank you sir. Thank you guys.
Good evening and have a good time.
Thank you.
Allow me to give you.
Welcome. Dula.
Dula, umejikaza
Hakuna shida. So we take a picture.
Piga picha pale na score.